and come back in without a negative test, but they then can't go to school or daycare for 14 days. So that's something to be mindful of. And then one final change, Suhana, as of today, Canada is going to recognize some of those WHO-approved vaccines as meaning you are fully vaccinated. Up until this point, people could only come into this country if they had one of those Health Canada-approved vaccines. As of today, one of those World Health Organization vaccines will also be good enough. We'll talk again. That is CBC's Hilary Johnstone in Ottawa. Opposition leader Aaron O'Toole delivered his official response to the government's throne speech. O'Toole spoke in the House a couple of hours ago, immediately going on the attack against both the Liberals and the NDP.
Prime Minister remains completely disconnected from the real needs of Canadians and is causing our country to be less prosperous and more divided. While the Liberal and NDP MPs in this chamber will go back to hiding in their basement on Zoom, Mr. Speaker, we will be here to be a voice for the voiceless, to fight for the country which has never been more divided. We will be the voice for the millions of Canadians who believe in this country and want their elected officials to address the real issues being talked about at the kitchen tables across this country.
The House will also hear today from the other opposition leaders as they debate the government's speech from the throne, which, as you know, and you saw it here, I hope, live on CBC News Network a week ago today. We are back in just a moment.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM. We can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Whether it's red, white, sparkling, or ice wine, the gift of a VQA wine is always cause for celebration. So why not raise a glass this holiday season? VQA Wines of Ontario. Celebrate the taste of home.
We've all felt the cracks in our healthcare system, and the pandemic is only making it worse. We need to be better than this. We need to work together. Ontario's doctors have the plan for better healthcare. For her, for him, for families. Speak up. Let's make healthcare better for all. Visit betterhealthcare.ca. Doctors, we lead you to better health.
If you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Think prevention with the Prevnar 13 vaccine.
My risk of a potentially serious disease has gone up. That's why I did it.
After 50, ask your doctor, nurse, or pharmacist about Prevnar 13. Don't let the risk of pneumococcal pneumonia ruin your groove.
This year, Canadian Tire donated $12 million to Jumpstart to help protect youth sport in Canada. So kids could get back to play. Back to pride in a jersey. Back to building each other up and belonging to the game. Thanks to Jumpstart, over 225,000 kids are back to making memories, and we're committed to helping even more kids get back in the game.
There are some confirmed cases in Canada of this new COVID variant, Omicron. Quebec is now the second province where someone has tested positive for the variant, a woman who returned through Montreal Airport from Nigeria. Ontario's total has risen to 4 confirmed cases, all of them in the Ottawa area. I can also tell you there are 2 more people under investigation in Hamilton, so we'll watch for the outcome of that. But all of the cases are travel related. So as we continue to follow this variant, our Chase team has reached Dr. Peter Singer in Vancouver. He is special advisor to the Director General of the World Health Organization. Dr. Singer, I'm looking at my wire copy, and it's talking about some of the comments coming from, your boss and the WHO that travel bans really don't work. That's what Canada's doing. What do you make of it?
Suhana, thank you for having me on. Travel bans are the call of governments. That's what the rules of the road the governments themselves decided. But WHO asks governments to make sure that those travel bans are risk-based and time-limited, and to keep 2 really important things in mind. One is they're by no means a silver bullet. They really are of limited effectiveness, and they need to be put in the context of a comprehensive package of measures. And secondly, they can disincentivize exactly the behavior you want, like the transparency of the governments of South Africa and Botswana, which we applaud, and the work of the cutting-edge scientists there.
Now, speaking of transparency, it appears it didn't first originate in South Africa. It was in Europe. Was there transparency coming from Europe, do you think?
Well, let's talk about what we know and what we don't know, which is really what you're asking. What we know is that we've designated this a variant of concern because we are concerned and named it Omicron. We know it's got a lot of mutations, and we know that it can change the epidemiology of variants in a jurisdiction. What we don't know is whether it's more transmissible, whether it's more severe, and what the effect on countermeasures is. And the exact origin, things like what you're asking about, it's really too soon to know.
And does it really matter at the end of the day? If you can't tackle it, does it matter where it came from? I mean, I'm sure in the grand picture of science it does, but those other questions you posed, is it more resistant to vaccines? Does it spread more easily? Those are questions of the now. When will we have answers?
WHO, with scientists around the world, is working around the clock to get answers to those questions for people. And we should have answers in weeks. But in the meantime, there's 2 things that people should know or do. Number 1, individuals can raise their guard, follow the advice of public health officials. You've got some great ones in Canada. And that means if you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated and use the public health measures. Well-ventilated rooms, outside is safer than inside, wear a mask, physical distancing. People are tired of COVID, but COVID isn't tired of us. Secondly, one of the best ways to keep Canadians safe is to vaccinate the world. And, when you have low vaccination rates, like 7% across the African continent, compared to 70% plus in Canada, that's not only unethical, it's also self-defeating, because that's how you make variants. Why don't we prevent the next variant, because there will be one, by vaccinating the world instead of scrambling once one arises, like what we're seeing with Omicron?
The WHO has been advocating that very stance, and I've been listening to your news conferences, et cetera, since this all started. What is it that countries aren't getting about sharing the vax?
I think we need more of a sense of urgency. This is a 5-alarm blaze, and we're not sending out enough fire trucks. We've set a target that 40% of every country should vaccinate 40% of their population by the end of this year and 70% by mid-2022. That requires about 500 million vaccines by the end of the year. We need those vaccines. Those should be given now to COVAX, to the African vaccine channel. And of course, the long-term solution is not donations, but it's enabling countries to make their own vaccines by sharing the technology, the intellectual property, and the know-how.
Vaccines are one thing, but then when you have the CEO of Moderna saying, it isn't clear whether this will actually be effective against Omicron, maybe it's too early to say something like that, but doesn't that kind of take the wind out of the balloon?
I'm really glad you asked that question, Suhana. You know, vaccines are critically important. And I would say to everybody, if you're not vaccinated, please get vaccinated because it could save your life. But at WHO, we don't say vaccines only. We say vaccines and. Even if you're vaccinated, you need to raise your guard now. You need to keep on with those public health measures we talked about. And there's other things like testing and so on. So vaccines but vaccines are critical.
Let me ask you, Dr. Singer, you seem like an optimistic kind of guy. I don't know, maybe you are, maybe you aren't, but you seem like it. How do you maintain that when, you know, people get vaccinated, people show proof of vaccination, and then you hear people are still getting sick, that hospital numbers include those who are vaccinated, and then we get variants, and then maybe we're told that you can't go visit your grandma or grandpa, you can't get on a plane, you can't get on a... Where does it stop? Do you see a light at the end of the tunnel?
Yes, I do, and I am optimistic, and I think what everyone should realize is this will end. Pandemics always end, or they become endemic and very manageable. But how fast that happens is in our hands. And it's the very things we're talking about. It's what individuals do, and it's about vaccinating the world. This will not end until the rates of vaccination around the world reach that 70% target. And the sooner that happens, the sooner this can end. And of course, there's also a lot of things individuals can do in terms of the public health measures. So I'm optimistic. It will end. This was kind of predictable, Omicron. And the Greek letter after Omicron is pi. And we can prevent pi and the other Greek letters of the alphabet by vaccinating the world. It's not only the right thing to do, it's in our self-interest to increase the safety and security of Canadians.
Let's not have pie, okay? Let's not.
That's a great hashtag, hashtag no pie.
Right.
I'm fully with you there. And to do that, it's hashtag vax the world.
Dr. Singer, great to talk to you. You be well, okay?
Thank you, Suhana. It's great to talk to you as well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Dr. Peter Singer is Special Advisor to the Director General of the World Health Organization, and he is in Vancouver.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Weekend Warriors, meet your match. With a sport hood, a custom grille, and 20-inch black aluminum wheels, the Ram 1500 Warlock cleans up real nice.
We've all felt the cracks in our healthcare system, and the pandemic is only making it worse. We need to be better than this. We need to work together. Ontario's doctors have the plan for better healthcare. For her, for him, for families. Speak up. Let's make healthcare better for all. Visit betterhealthcare.ca. Doctors, we lead you to better health.
Welcome to the Rock if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
This year, Canadian Tire donated $12 million to Jumpstart to help protect youth sport in Canada. So kids could get back to play, back to pride in a jersey, back to building each other up, and belonging to the game. Thanks to Jumpstart, over 225,000 kids are back to making memories. And we're committed to helping even more kids get back in the game.
The BC government is extending the flood emergency for another 2 weeks, keeping special powers in place to ensure essential services reach people in flood-hit communities. Gas rationing will remain in place until December 14th as well. Right now, that third storm officials have been warning about is moving into southern BC, bringing more heavy rain and raising the flood threat from rivers that are still receding from all those peaks hit during the second storm over the weekend. I want to stay on this story because my next guest has mobilized volunteers to sandbag residential homes in preparation for that upcoming storm. His name is Darian Paul, and he joins me live from Abbotsford, BC. Darian, it's only, what, like 9:30 where you are, but what's your morning been like already?
My morning's been multiple phone calls from different organizations, people looking for sandbags, and us looking for more resources for our campaign here. We're just doing a quick setup of bags and getting our rigs ready for the volunteers to show up at 11.
So you've already broken a sweat. What's that over your shoulder that I see, those green bags? Show me that mountain.
So right behind me, that's about 15,000 sandbags. And we have plenty more around us, filling up as many of 20 loads of sand a day going into these bags and being sent out.
And how are you getting volunteers to help you do all of this?
We've been using a Facebook group created by Keisha Fawn and Kimberly Gillard called FB Flood Help.
And where are they going, Darian? These sandbags, you fill them up, you put them in these piles, and then they're on a journey somewhere else. Where?
A lot of these sandbags are going down into the Sumas Prairie, Huntington Village, Claiborne Village, Matsqui First Nations, Gilgard First Nations, and many more communities.
Do you actually live in Abbotsford or around there?
I do. I live on the west side of Abbotsford, just outside of one of the flood zones.
So this was obviously close to your heart. Was it a no-brainer when you woke up and said, I'm going to make a difference today?
Yeah, there was no decision to be made. I was coming in and I was going to try to make a difference.
How difficult was it to, get other people to join you in doing just that?
You know what? It wasn't hard at all for the most part. Everyone kind of came together, all walks of life. Just one post brought in over 100 volunteers. It's getting more and more difficult as the days go on, considering, the weather, but we're hoping to see more people come.
Darian, one of the things you're doing right now is on the positive side, helping people to protect what they love, protect their homes, etc., their stuff. But then there's a negative side. How is that affecting your heart? What are you seeing that is really tough to deal with?
Well, we have been kind of working with and against our city a bit, trying to get sand and push forward, getting our resources, really, because resources are spread very thin. Mm-hmm. But I think one of the biggest disheartening things is seeing the people in the community giving up.
Really? I thought you didn't do that in BC.
No, you don't think that a lot of people would give up, but when, 5 feet of water comes into your house and takes out everything you own, it does something to somebody, right? A lot of these people are losing everything they have, and, insurance isn't covering most of it, and some of these people couldn't even afford that. So we're hoping to help those people as well.
You know what? You've given me that perspective so clearly that somebody's watching their home disappear, if you will. And that's got to take its toll. I hope you don't lose hope personally. I hope you're able to inspire hope. Do you think you're going to be doing that, Darian?
I'll be continuing to inspire as many people as I possibly can, and I'll continue to push people to keep moving forward. That's something we want to see in everybody. It's all about our community, right?
You're absolutely right, and that is all about Canada. Darian, you be well, and thank you for the time, okay?
Thank you very much.
Darian Paul is the lead sandbag volunteer. He is in Abbotsford, BC. We always keep you informed of COVID-19 updates from across the country, from around the world. Now, this is happening in Washington. The White House COVID-19 response team is providing an update, and we're watching for any comment on the new Omicron variant from Southern Africa. So why don't we listen in together right here on CBC News Network.
The President said yesterday. This new variant is a cause for concern, but not panic, because we now have the tools we need to confront this variant and continue to make progress in our war against the virus. We have vaccines for everyone ages 5 and up, boosters that provide the highest level of protection, significant genomic sequencing and testing capacity to detect cases early, and life-saving therapeutics. So we have more tools than ever before. We are prepared and will continue to be guided by science and stay vigilant to keep people safe. Now over to you, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I'm going to talk a little bit about the details of this Omicron variant. So if I could have the first slide, just to put it into some perspective, this is a list of the variants of concerns that we've had to deal with, what their lineage designation is, and what the earliest documented samples were. And of course, for today, we're going to be focusing on the latest, namely the Omicron variant that we're dealing with. Next slide. Let's take a look at some of the characteristics and what has emerged over the last several days to weeks. Quickly, it was first reported in Botswana on November the 11th and in South Africa on 11/14. The thing that got everyone's attention was the large number of mutations, around 50, much larger than previous variants, and some, according to the molecular configuration, were anticipated to impact transmissibility and antibody binding. There were variant cases that were rapidly increased, particularly in the Gauteng province of South Africa, which is Pretoria and Johannesburg, but it is also present in virtually all the other South African provinces. Confirmed cases as of yesterday was 205 in 18 countries, and just this morning, that's gone up to 226 in 20 countries. And I think you're going to expect to see those numbers change rapidly. Importantly, it has not yet been detected in the United States. It has been called Omicron by the WHO, and it was named as the 5th of the SARS-CoV-2 variants of concern. Next slide. So let's take a look at the mutations. So you've heard it now from many sources, but just to underscore, there's a very unusual constellation of changes across the SARS-CoV-2 genome, with greater than 30 of them in the important spike protein, which is the business end of the virus, particularly in its receptor binding domain, where there are about 10 mutations there. This mutational profile is very different from other variants of interest and concern. And although some mutations are also found in Delta, this is not Delta, it's something different. And these mutations have been associated with increased transmissibility and immune evasion, whereas other of the mutations have not yet been characterized as to their functional capability. Next slide. So let's take a look at what we're looking at, and then we'll get back to some of the properties. So the CDC, and you'll hear from Dr. Walensky, is implementing their surveillance program via the National SARS Strain Surveillance Program. We have now ongoing communication multiple times and information sharing between our scientists and public health officials and the South African government. And kudos to them, they have been extraordinarily helpful and transparent in sharing information with us. So the in vitro neutralization data with the vaccinee sera, convalescent plasma, monoclonal antibodies, and oral antiviral therapies, that's the question people often ask. When are we going to get information about that? We'll get to that in a moment, but generally it's going to be 2 to 4 weeks, possibly a bit sooner, depending upon when the specimens, by specimens I mean the virus, gets to individual investigators at the CDC, at the NIH, and even in other countries for them to prepare that to be able to make a determination. And pending these data, the effect of this variant on transmission, severity of disease, and how well current vaccines treatments work remains speculative, regardless of what we're hearing in the press. Next slide. So what about these potential properties? Let's look about what we know and what we don't know. First, with regard to transmission. Obviously, when you look at the molecular configuration of those particular variants, it suggests strongly that there's increased transmission compared with the original pandemic virus. But it is difficult to infer what the relationship between this transmissibility is and Delta. Although you can suggest it might be more, we do not know until we see the dynamics of how this evolves. What about vaccine effectiveness? Now, obviously, there's significant reductions in neutralizing titer are possible. And we say that because the mutations suggest immune evasion. But remember, as with other variants, although partial immune escape may occur, vaccines, and particularly boosters, give a level of antibody that even with variants like Delta, give you a degree of cross protection, particularly against severe disease. So there's every reason to believe, as we talk about boosters, when you get a level high enough, that you are going to get at least some degree of cross protection, particularly against severe disease. And what about disease severity? Again, these are estimates, and with the small number of cases, it is very difficult to know whether or not this particular variant is going to result in severe disease. Although some preliminary information from South Africa suggests no unusual symptoms associated with variant, we do not know, and it is too early to tell. Next slide and final slide. How do we address Omicron? We've said it over and over again, and it deserves repeating. If you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated. Get boosted if you are vaccinated. Continue to use the mitigation methods, namely masks, avoiding crowds and poorly ventilated spaces, choose outdoors rather than indoors, keep your distance, wash your hands, test and isolate if appropriate. Those are the things we have been doing. We need to keep doing them. I'll stop there and over to you, Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci, and good afternoon, everyone. As I've said before, this virus is unpredictable, and we must remain ready to be proactive as new data, new science, and new variants evolve. One thing has become clear over the last 20 months. We cannot predict the future, but we can be prepared for it. And we have been doing exactly that, preparing for this moment. Today, I want to walk through with you what we've been doing at CDC to prepare for emerging COVID-19 variants and what we are doing currently to address the new threat of the Omicron variant. To be crystal clear, we have far more tools to fight the variant today than we had at this time last year.
Listening to officials in the United States, perhaps trying to calm some fears over the Omicron variant, and Anthony Fauci there, the chief advisor to, medical advisor to the President of the United States, saying that, there will be time yet before there can be results of tests. How does this transmit? How does it work with the vaccine? CBC's Magda Gabriselesi is listening in Washington. What really stood out for you, Magda?
Well, he really kind of went through at what point this variant got on the radar of different health officials, talking about how it was first found in Botswana and then identified in South Africa. And he talked about the concerning part of this variant being the number of mutations, more than 50 as well. He also caught everybody up on the number of cases around the world. We're talking about more than 200 confirmed cases, and he said at one point, as of today, more than 200 cases in 20 countries. So the numbers going up with every day. But one of the important parts was he said that there are no confirmed cases in the U.S. as of yet, even though we're seeing, cases pop up all around the world, confirmed cases in Canada, Europe, Asia, no confirmed cases as of now in the U.S. He also stressed the fact that, the CDC surveillance program is ongoing, that U.S. health officials are in constant contact with health officials in South Africa, getting information on a daily basis. Now, when it comes to actually learning more about this variant, we'd been hearing up until now it might be about 2 weeks before we get more information. Today, he said it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks before we learn more. And he really broke down the 3 things that they're looking at. So transmission. They really want to know, is there an increase in this variant and how it transmits? But there's still so much that we don't know. We don't know if it, in fact, transmits more or faster than the Delta variant. And that's what really stood out to me, is how much we really don't know at this point. They're waiting for that information over the next few weeks.
And that could be an anxious few weeks as the world waits for that information. Magda, we'll certainly be watching those numbers, and Dr. Fauci gave it to us, 226 confirmed cases of Omicron in 20 countries, and he did say those numbers, you can expect them to go up. We will talk again. That's CBC's Magda Gabriselassie in Washington. Speaking of the numbers around the world, let me just update you on what we know in Canada. 5 confirmed cases here in our country of Omicron, 4 in Ottawa, 1 in Quebec. But I can also tell you that there are 2 cases, well, there are 2 states, cases under investigation in Hamilton, Ontario. So we'll keep you informed as to how those numbers change. I want to take you to the weather now, and there really is only one major weather story in this country right now. That is the wave of rain that's begun hitting BC. Here's Chris Murphy from the Weather Network.
Well, we'll begin this national forecast with the biggest weather story in the country and the ongoing saga of the atmospheric rivers. This is number 3 in the past week, and this one is also bringing, as the other ones have, periods of heavy rain. It will also do more than just rain. It'll bring some melting snow as the freezing levels rise, so warm air coming in. Vancouver Island, western areas, central coast, the heaviest amounts of rain. That could be 150 or 200 millimeters of rain, up to 70 millimeters as we get into the interior. And for around Metro Vancouver, Howe Sound, and the Fraser Valley, higher elevations likely to exceed 100 millimeters worth of rain. Winter storm warnings for the Rocky Mountains and strong winds for the southern foothills in Alberta. That's the other thing. This system is pushing in some warm air. Freezing levels going all the way up to 2,500 meters. That means there's going to be the risk of rain and melting snow high above, and that will add to runoff along with the rain falling and then lowering freezing levels almost to sea level by the weekend. Another component of this fluctuating air masses is that we get into the avalanche danger as the snowpack gets destabilized by all the rain as well. So high risk of avalanches likely for the next few days. And this is going to be a long-lasting storm system through today and through all of tomorrow. Drier weather does return come Thursday into Friday. Here's a look at our forecast elsewhere. Bit of wet snow in Toronto, -4 in Winnipeg, and we got 12 in St. John's. Wet, windy, but warm.
The weather update is brought to you by Tetley Super Teas.
Say bonjour to another world of winter in Quebec, where festive spirits last day and night. A place with joie de vivre like nowhere else. So wherever bonjour takes you, go.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
At Mark's, all things holidays is essentials for everyone. From your head to your toes. From sweaters and jackets to boots and loungewear. We've got you covered. All things simple for the holidays. From Mark's.
Whether it's red, white, sparkling, or ice wine, the gift of a VQA wine is always cause for celebration. So why not raise a glass this holiday season? VQA Wines of Ontario. Celebrate the taste of home.
Entrepreneurs are building the way forward. And BDC is all for helping them grow every step of the way. All for entrepreneurs. BDC, financing, advising, smarts.
The rack if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
The most awarded new play in history arrives in Toronto, May 31st.
Company, please make your way to the stage.
Join a brave new generation of wizards in the 8th Harry Potter story, featuring more magic per minute than anything ever seen on stage. It's time to believe in magic. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, on sale December 1st at mervish.com.
Are you ready? What are you doing with my sister?
Run away with me.
You don't want to start with coffee?
West Side Story.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. Officials in BC's flood zone say they're as ready as they can be. A third system is bearing down on southern BC. In a rare red weather alert, Environment Canada is calling it dangerous and potent. Building up defenses remains a key focus for armed forces personnel. Our CBC News team in Chilliwack caught up with troops working to safeguard a seniors' residence. This map shows the areas likely to be most impacted by potentially another 100 millimeters of rain. Hard-hit Abbotsford is in that range. Forecasters say this storm system is bringing warmer weather too. That means an increased risk of avalanches and snow melting and flowing into rivers in the flood zone. Rivers that still have not receded after the weekend rain, including the Nooksack near Abbotsford and the Coldwater River near Merritt. CBC's Lindsay Duncombe is also tracking this top story live from Vancouver. So, Lindsay, the rain is already falling and it could continue to fall for hours and hours, maybe a couple of days. What's the mood?
Well, people are anxious and they're exhausted. This is a relentless storm that is coming after two previous storms that caused really unprecedented anxiety and devastation across the province. So really, this is going to be a cumulative effect that continues in many communities right across the province. And consider what people in the province have been dealing with already. Yesterday, we saw the public safety minister continue the state of emergency in the province, continue the rationing of fuel and gas supplies. That's because, Andrew, that work is still continuing on the Trans Mountain pipeline. It's not expected that the pipeline will be up and running for another couple of weeks, not till mid-December. So that fuel rationing, that means that people can only get 30 liters of gas at the pump, unless, of course, they're driving vehicles for essential purposes such as road repair, will continue for that time. We heard the safety minister really thank people for the work that they've been doing, but we're also hearing exhaustion. In an interview that we had just not long ago, we heard the volunteers saying that there are people who've lost everything and who are losing hope as they see that rain continue to pour in. And the other thing that's different about the storm that we're seeing right now is, yes, it is expected to hit the hard-hit areas such as Abbotsford, the Sumas Prairie that we're watching so closely, but it's also going to really have an impact in other parts of the province, including the Central Coast. I was just talking to one of the First Nations chiefs around the Bella Bella region, and what she was telling me is this is a place that gets a lot of rain. They're used to November storms, but if you look at that part of the province, they're looking at the potential of 200 millimeters of rain in the forecast. That means they're already doing some preventative work, watching their drainage, making sure that the culverts are in good order to take on that much water.
So which rivers, Lindsay, are the most concerning?
Well, let me show you this map from the BC River Forecast system. You can see that right through the province, there are either the advisories, those are the areas you see in yellow. We also have the watches, that's the orange, and then there's the red. And the red means that those rivers have already spilled their banks. They're already at flood stage. And that's the case in the Merritt area. It's the case in the Princeton area, where we've seen so much devastation over the past couple of weeks. And they're still worried too, not so much about the rain, but because of the mountain snow melt. Here's how the City of Merritt's emergency coordinator spoke to us about that particular situation earlier today.
We're not likely to get that much rain actually in Merritt itself, so the only question is how much water falls in the headwaters of the Coldwater River. All of that water eventually needs to come down through Merritt, and even in the first event, it wasn't actually that heavy rain in Merritt that caused us problems. It was water that came up in the mountains that flowed down the river, and then that ultimately ran at over 400 cubic meters a second, which was more than 3 times our prior record of water discharge in the city.
And as if the rain wasn't bad enough, as if the snow melt wasn't bad enough, there's another real risk for people in this province, particularly in the mountains, Andrew. That is the avalanche risk. Avalanche Canada says it is keeping its eye on the sea to sky region. That includes Whistler, because there's a similar sort of effect when it comes to how snow behaves. You have this freshly fallen snow, then it warms up, and then rain falls on top of it. That heightens the possibility of avalanches.
Oh boy. All right. So much to watch for, Lindsay, and to hope for that it is not as bad as it could be. But Lindsay, thank you for now. The CBC's Lindsay Duncombe live in Vancouver. The third atmospheric river is bearing down on British Columbia as we speak. As we've been telling you, CBC senior meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff is in Vancouver with more on what to expect throughout the day.
Well, the rain is once again falling steadily across the south coast, moving in pre-dawn hours for Metro Vancouver and the Fraser Valley, and it'll pick up in intensity through the day today. Rainfall warnings are in place for 40 to 140 millimeters across the south coast, along with strong winds and melting snow. Snow levels will be up above 2,500 meters. That's higher than the peak of Whistler. So a lot of fresh melting snow at levels that we haven't seen yet, adding into the already swollen waterways and soggy soil as well. Again, rivers still coming down from the crest that we saw with atmospheric river number 2 on the weekend. This steady rain will quickly accumulate through the afternoon, easing tonight, but then we get another pulse of this same river through Wednesday morning before it sinks south. That's where totals could end up close to 100 millimeters just north of places like Abbotsford and Chilliwack. South of the border, we're looking at totals close to 40 to 60 millimeters that may end up running north with the Nooksack River, and even all the way out to Merritt, looking at totals over 60 to 100 millimeters possible. Once this atmospheric river event is done, we do get a break, a more than 48-hour break for the first time in over a week. The forecast for the weekend is rain, but not an atmospheric river. The concern with these rivers is just how narrow, intense, and warm they are. So when we get that weekend rain, it'll be a very different story and a very much needed break for the south coast. Johanna Wagstaff, CBC News, North Vancouver.
Now, the other big story grabbing attention in Canada and around the world is the emergence of the Omicron variant. Hong Kong has become the first jurisdiction to place a ban on people traveling from Canada as the number of confirmed cases and travelers in isolation in this country grows. Anyone who has been in Canada in the last 3 weeks is now barred. There are now 5 confirmed cases in this country, 4 in Ontario and 1 in Quebec. 2 new cases in the Ottawa area were announced by health officials last night. 2 suspected cases near Hamilton are also under investigation. In addition, about 850 people who recently traveled to a number of countries in southern Africa are in isolation and undergoing testing. And those are the numbers there you could see on the screen of those that are being tested. The variant has governments everywhere revisiting their public health policies and even reversing some reopening efforts. The CBC's Karina Roman joins us from Ottawa with the latest on Canada's response. And Karina, this is Cabinet Day. Ministers emerging from their morning meeting have been asked some questions about Omicron. And we know that this afternoon we're going to hear more from the ministers, obviously, as the government is dealing with this quickly unfolding new variant.
Absolutely. So in terms of when they came out of cabinet, you know, they were asked a lot of questions, but I will say that they kind of said a whole lot of nothing when they were coming out of cabinet and kept saying we'll have more to say later. Now we know that later will likely mean it will be at 4 o'clock today Eastern time, is when they've just announced that there will be a news conference by government officials and ministers to discuss the developments with the Omicron variant. But when they were coming out of cabinet, you know, facing a lot of questions from reporters, very, very generic answers. You had the health minister and the transport minister saying, of course, we discussed this at cabinet. We'll say more later. Then you had the public safety minister, Marco Mendicino, coming out. He said, you know, basically the government's trying to follow the science. The science is being updated in real time, which is why, you know, it's hard to make these decisions, that more measures likely will come, but what those will be and, you know, when they would take place, that was a big question. But, you know, as I said, he said they're following the science. Here's a little bit more about what Mendicino had to say.
We put in some additional measures last week to be sure that we are layering on additional protections where necessary. The variant of concern has certainly required us to consistently review those measures in real time. Canada is not the only country that is taking those additional steps. And as additional evidence becomes available to the government through our public health care officials, we will continue to follow that advice very closely.
So, you know, very generic statements really so far. You know, today is the date where you have the rule fast in place that to be on a plane or a train in Canada, you have to be vaccinated. You know, we have the new rules in about the 72 hours. If you're only traveling with 72 hours, you don't have to do a molecular test. And so those changes, of course, government's being asked, well, what about that? And, you know, Mendicino, they're saying that all these measures are on the table. They're looking at everything in terms of what might change, might be a further restriction or might be expanded. It's really just right now a wait and see until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. And now as we learn that Hong Kong is barring visitors from Canada because of the 5 confirmed cases here, we'll see whether this continues to happen. What is the reaction, though, to the measures Canada has already put in place in terms of limiting people coming here?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, obviously, there were many that welcomed the move who felt that that was something that the government should do and should do quickly, and they did. And so there was definitely people who support that. But there are questions about whether this travel ban for the countries in Southern Africa really will make a difference, especially if you consider that the first few cases we've confirmed here in Canada were actually people traveling from Nigeria, which is not one of the countries on the travel ban. So, you know, there's lots of questions about whether these travel bans really work, whether, you know, it's always just a little too late once we identify these variants to then start to put in a travel ban, especially when you're picking and choosing countries as opposed to just saying, you know, no one's coming into the country kind of thing. And Jagmeet Singh, certainly the leader of the NDP, had stuff to say about this earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
It seems to me that the more effective tool is to look at testing and quarantining, and to do that in a way that's effective. That seems to be the tool that's worked most effectively in other countries, as opposed to specific bans on flights. That seems to not be a strategy that actually works to keeping people safe. And I'm open to measures that keep people safe and using those tools in a good way that prevent the spread. But I am also critical when the measure doesn't actually achieve the outcome.
So, the provinces have also been asking for more testing at the border in terms of all arrivals. Big questions for the government on whether we have the capacity to do that, how much of that would be the federal government, how much would the provinces have to help. Certainly lots of questions about that as a measure. In terms of the travel ban, Jagmeet Singh saying the other thing is that would be way more effective would be Canada taking a leading role in helping with global vaccination. And in fact, experts, have said that, I believe earlier on your show was saying that, if you want to avoid having a pi variant, which would be, I think, the next letter in the alphabet, we really need to get everyone vaccinated in the world so that these variants can't develop. So lots of questions for the government about what they've done so far, what they will still do, and we will wait and see what they have to say at 4 o'clock.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just going to say, you mentioned it, so there it is. We will bring it to you live for sure at 4 p.m. Eastern here on CBC News Network, where we'll hear more from federal officials. Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. New travel measures come into effect today, leaving unvaccinated people basically grounded. Anyone over the age of 12 hoping to board a plane or a train in Canada will now have to show proof of vaccination. The CBC's Hilary Johnstone is on the story live from our nation's capital. So, Hilary, what should travelers be aware of?
Hi, Andrew. Well, as of today, they are going to have to prove that they are fully vaccinated if they want to get on a plane or a train in this country. Commuter trains are not part of this. But if you're hearing this and you're thinking, I thought this came into effect last month. Well, it did. It technically came into effect on October 30th, but then there was a transition period over the past month where some people who were not fully vaccinated were able to board planes if they could then prove that they had a negative COVID-19 test. As of today, that is all over with. Now, there are a couple of exemptions. So people who have a medical exemption to not be vaccinated, then they can show proof of a negative test instead. And then people who are maybe on a plane in order to get to a northern community that can only be accessed by a plane, those people won't have to show proof either. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, people who are simply transiting through Canada, but Canada is not their final destination. So over the past couple of months, or over the past month rather, many airlines have been saying that they've been doing random spot checks to make sure that people are vaccinated. As of today, that is done. Both Air Canada and WestJet have confirmed that they will be checking every single passenger to make sure that they are, in fact, fully vaccinated.
Okay, and Hillary, another important change takes effect today for travelers leaving the country for a quick trip. So this is likely people doing a little cross-border shopping or a little visit to relatives or friends that live, just across the border. Tell us those details.
Yeah, maybe going south to get some gas, get some fuel, a little bit of Christmas shopping, whatever it might be. So this is trips that are less than 72 hours. You can now go abroad for that short amount of time and then come back into Canada without needing to show proof of a negative PCR test. So a couple things to keep in mind here. This does apply to children as well under the age of 12 who maybe are not vaccinated yet. They can also come back with a parent without a negative test, but they can't go back to school. They cannot go to daycare for 14 days. So that's something to be mindful of. Parents who might be thinking of taking the kids across the border, for example, for a short amount of time. And of course, there's been a lot of pushback from some border communities, from various travel associations, for example, saying that the cost of those PCR tests, which can be a couple of $100s, that, it just didn't make a lot of economic sense for Canadians to go across the border for only a few hours. So hoping that this will ease some of that. And then the other thing that takes effect today, Andrew, is that up until this point, Canada only recognized Health Canada approved vaccines in order to come into Canada and be recognized as fully vaccinated. As of today, they will now recognize WHO, so World Health Organization vaccines that have been approved by the WHO as meaning that you're fully vaccinated. Of course, the big question on that, the fact that you can now go south for a couple of hours, for example, without a test, what happens because of this variant? We'll be waiting for 4 o'clock Eastern time to see if there's any update on any of that.
So we don't have to go down through the list, but this would be, vaccines from Russia, from China. There's kind of a long list that are just not that familiar to Canadians, but people with those vaccines, right?
Exactly. A couple of examples would be Sinopharm, Sinovac. Those are a couple of examples. So, up until this point, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, J&J, those were the ones that Canada recognized for those travelers coming in from abroad. But now, if it has been approved by the World Health Organization, Canada now recognizes that as meaning that you are fully vaccinated.
All right, Hillary, thank you. That is the CBC's Hillary Johnstone live in Ottawa. Now, the White House COVID-19 response team gave an update on the Omicron variant last hour. They're echoing President Biden's message yesterday that Omicron is a cause for concern, but not panic. Dr. Rochelle Walensky is with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. She says the CDC is monitoring closely for Omicron.
We are actively looking for the Omicron variant right here in the United States. Right now, there is no evidence of Omicron in the United States. The Delta variant remains the predominant circulating strain, representing 99.9% of all sequences sampled. Throughout the pandemic, as noted above, CDC has continuously monitored variants and vastly expanded our capacity for genomic sequencing over the past 9 months. We are actively putting systems in.
So each of these mutations has popped up somewhere at some point before during COVID-19. It's just that they haven't all been seen together. And the way the body reacts to the virus, it's kind of the way that puzzle pieces fit together. They're just matching a shape and mirroring it. And so a change in sequence means a change in shape, and it means at least some decrease in the bind.
Say this is a cause for concern, not panic. Do you think that's a fair assessment? These are political leaders. Now I'm going to ask you.
That's particularly unusual. Like I said, all the mutations have popped up before, and it's just weird to see them all here in one place.
Is it weird that it has shown up so far in the United States? I mean, it's such a big country with so many people traveling from all over the world. And
if it's been in Europe for 2 weeks and Canada for a week, I believe it's probably here. The average time, though, between you coughing or giving a sample and the sequence actually being turned in is something like 3 to 4 weeks. So I bet it's already been sampled, and I bet it's in progress. But yeah, we don't have anything to show for it yet.
So you were about to get into your biocontainment gear when we called you. Can you tell us what kind of work you were doing on this variant? And that sounds interesting, but it also sounds, I don't know, a little bit dangerous.
It is, but oh my goodness, with that spacesuit on, you're pretty well protected. I have a little zoo of variants in the back, and we're doing some testing against some other antivirals. We are hoping to get a sample of this variant some point this week, and so that'll be neat to see how it stacks up against some of the others. The big question that people want to answer is, it doesn't really matter what this virus is. It matters how it competes and compares with the Delta variant, because Delta has driven viruses with each of these mutations to extinction very recently, and it may well do the same thing to this one. We don't have any evidence that suggests that this is going to outrace Delta. So it looks like Delta is still the champ, and Delta is one that we can knock down very well with the vaccine. So that's what I'm hoping for. It's maybe a silver lining to the Delta cloud.
What do you think of people's behaviors in terms of the social gatherings, traveling, Christmas time, holidays, people getting together, people getting on a plane? What would you say to people who are asking those questions?
There are safer and less safe ways to do this, but in general, that is not a particularly safe thing to do. Here in the U.S., we've had rising cases for 4 straight weeks, and yeah, with all that mixing around the Thanksgiving holiday and the other big holidays on the way, I think we're going to be in for some kind of spike. Right now, it seems to be just driven by Delta, but who knows what part Omicron may play in the future of this spike.
So would you tell people to maybe think twice about getting together with friends and family or going on a trip or what? Or
I don't know that it would do any good, but I'd tell them that, and I do tell them that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Newman. Dr. Benjamin Newman is a virologist at Texas A&M University. The UK is bringing in some new measures to protect against the spread of the Omicron variant. We'll have the details from London coming up on CBC News Network.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. K&M, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Welcome to the Rock if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
My name's David Brent. Welcome to Slough. Oggy, oggy, oggy. Oink, oink, oink. I've been watching him like a hawk. Look forward to this.
The United Kingdom is expanding its efforts to get third shots and boosters into its citizens. The government wants everyone who's eligible to get those shots by the end of January. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says that timeline will help protect against the Omicron variant.
I know the frustration that we all feel with this Omicron variant, the sense of exhaustion that we could be going through all this all over again. But today, I want to stress this. Today, that's the wrong thing to feel, because today our position is and always will be immeasurably better than it was a year ago. What we're doing is taking some proportionate precautionary measures while our scientists crack the Omicron code, and while we get the added protection of those boosters into the arms of those who need them most. So we're going to get behind the men and women of our NHS who've saved so many lives on the front line and run our vaccination programme for a year almost without a break, as they have, and who are going back into the breach yet again.
Stricter COVID rules and protocols take effect today in Britain. The CBC's Tessa Arcilia has the details from London.
As of the latest count, there have been 22 of the Omicron variant cases detected in the UK, and in the EU, 42 cases found in 10 countries. In another development, it is now believed that the variant could have been circulating in Europe even before South Africa first reported the detection of the Omicron variant to the World Health Organization on the 24th of November. That is because Dutch officials said that they have found the Omicron variant in samples taken between the 19th and the 23rd of November. And in Scotland, 9 cases are believed to have been linked to a single event on the 20th of November. An interesting development, especially since South Africa measures have taken effect in England. Face masks should be worn in shops and public transport, and the booster scheme has also been expanded to include everybody above the age of 18. And the gap between the second COVID shot and the booster has been cut in half from 6 months to 3 months. Health experts and the WHO continue to say that vaccines remain the critical ingredient in preventing severe versions of the disease, and countries are trying to get as many people as possible vaccinated. Greece, for example, is trying to impose a €100 fine on anyone above the age of 60 who still has not received their first COVID vaccine. And in Austria, a draft law is being looked at, debated, potentially imposing a fine of over €7,000 on anyone who remains unvaccinated by February next year. And France is also expanding its booster program. Well, these are just some of the things that countries are trying to do to slow the spread of the Omicron variant. Tessa Arcilia, CBC News, London.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. K&M. We can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
This year, Canadian Tire donated $12 million to Jumpstart to help protect youth sport in Canada, so kids could get back to play, back to pride in a jersey, back to building each other up, and belonging to the game. Thanks to Jumpstart, over 225,000 kids are back to making memories. And we're committed to helping even more kids get back in the game.
This is my first time in New York City.
What were you doing under there with my sister?
You want to start World War III?
You keep away from him.
Run away with me.
You don't want to start with, I'd like to take you out to coffee?
Only in theaters.
You are a baker, a one-handed egg cracker, wicked whisker, cake maker, shaker, taster, and an incredible icer. Because when it comes to baking, the magic's in the making. Robin Hood.
Hi, Dad. You too. Hey, Will. Wait, I haven't gotten either.
Our friend Mary here just bought marysmaplesyrup.ca, and we are about to reel in her first customer. Won't catch a biggie like that using a .com.
Ontario's COVID-19 Science Advisory Table has an ominous warning. It says the healthcare system is not ready to handle a new surge in cases. And that word comes as Ontario records its 10,000th pandemic death and its highest weekly average case count since early June. Joining me now with more is the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto. So Megan, can you give us more details on why the Science Table is so concerned?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Andrew, their overall message in this new paper they've put out is that Ontario's critical care system doesn't have the capacity to handle a big surge in cases requiring ICU care the way that it did cope in earlier waves. And they say that it's because of an ongoing staffing shortage, burnout among the existing healthcare workers, as well as the needs of the healthcare system that are not COVID related. So let's back up a little bit. This paper from the Science Table rewinds back to the early days of the pandemic and the first and the second and the third waves to look at how Ontario's critical care system did cope with the surges of patients. Think of wave 3, Andrew, back in April. The number of ICU patients with COVID-19 reached 940 people. So how did the system handle that and those other earlier waves? They employed a number of strategies. Those included increasing the number of patients that each nurse had to care for. They moved patients out of ICU wards into the other wards and used beds in those wards to care for ICU patients. Nurses from non-ICU wards were redeployed to work in the ICUs. They transferred patients all over the province, including some patients being transferred to pediatric ICUs. They also physically created more beds with funding from the government. They used other non-traditional spaces within the hospital. They did all kinds of things to cope with this and to provide care to these COVID patients. That meant canceling procedures and surgeries for people who didn't have COVID in order to create bed space and to have the staff to care for the COVID patients. So fast forward to now, the Science Table is saying we're in a space now where the health system is trying to recover. They're trying to clear that backlog of surgeries and procedures that were canceled. And hospitals have been instructed by the province to continue with those procedures. So you've got COVID patients in ICU. Today we've got 153 in Ontario. Non-COVID patients who need intensive care. You've got modeling showing that the number of cases in Ontario could go up and the number of people needing ICU could go up. They're also expecting more flu cases this fall, more than we saw last fall because we were all hunkered down last fall and we were in lockdown, so flu wasn't spreading as much. That's going to be a factor, plus the ICU staffing shortage, plus the burnout among those existing staff that are still there, the science table is saying all of these factors combined together, they aren't comfortable with how things are looking or what could happen to the ICU system here in Ontario, saying it could be challenging for them to rapidly increase their capacity the way they did in those earlier waves. And so they are saying that short-term public health measures need to be put in place to reduce transmission now. We have seen cases going up in Ontario this fall as the weather gets colder and more people are inside. And they also say longer-term policies are needed to address the staffing crisis. They don't delve into what those policies should be, Andrew, in this paper, but this paper really providing an overview of what happened earlier in the waves and what could happen in the days and weeks ahead. And they're saying Ontario needs to prepare.
So they're not saying we should, I don't know, limit the number of people that go to a hockey game or go to a restaurant. They're not giving any of those details, but they're suggesting there might need to be some measures. Is that what I'm getting from you?
They said short-term measures need to be put in place to reduce transmission. They don't say what those measures are. They say longer-term solutions and policies need to be put in place to address the staffing crisis. They don't say what those are. The science table periodically puts out papers like this that are very focused on different aspects of the healthcare system. And so this one very much was a narrow look at the ICU system in and of itself. So these were vague recommendations at the end of the paper saying that these kinds of measures are needed to prepare for this. But no, they don't provide any details or suggestions on exactly what they think the government should do.
Okay, Megan, thank you. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick, live in Toronto. Prince Edward Island's chief medical officer says her province is in good position to deal with the Omicron variant if and when it should emerge. Dr. Heather Morrison spoke at a news conference in Charlottetown a short time ago.
While we wait for better epidemiological data on the Omicron variant, it's important that we remind ourselves that, as a province, we continue to be in a good position to deal with whatever challenges that COVID-19 presents. We do have a system to test people coming into the province. We have excellent PCR testing capacity. We follow up on individuals who are required to self-isolate. We have a safe, effective, and accessible vaccine for everyone over the age of 5. We have a high rate of full vaccination. We've given booster doses of vaccine to all residents of long-term care and community care. We are giving booster doses to others who are eligible. We have maintained capacity to conduct contact tracing and conduct regular follow-up with cases and close contacts. And to date, we've been able to protect our health system from a surge in demand for acute and critical care related to COVID-19.
Dr. Morrison said there will be an update at the end of this week about any further measures PEI is planning to protect the province from Omicron. Lots more ahead on CBC. A new era starts today in Barbados. Celebrations last night to mark a new chapter in that country's history. We'll tell you what changed overnight on that island nation. This is CBC News Network.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Say bonjour to another world of winter in Quebec, where festive spirits last day and night. A place with joie de vivre like nowhere else. So wherever bonjour takes you, go.
This year, Canadian Tire donated $12 million to Jumpstart to help protect youth sport in Canada, so kids could get back to play, back to pride in a jersey, back to building each other up, and belonging to the game. Thanks to Jumpstart, Over 225,000 kids are back to making memories, and we're committed to helping even more kids get back in the game.
This is my first time in New York City.
What were you doing under there with my sister?
You want to start World War III?
You keep away from him.
Run away with me.
You don't want to start with "I'd like to take you out to coffee"?
Only in theaters.
The most awarded new play in history arrives in Toronto, May 31st.
Company, please make your way to the stage.
Join a brave new generation of wizards in the 8th Harry Potter story, featuring more magic per minute than anything ever seen on stage. It's time to believe in magic. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. On sale December 1st at mervish.com.
Even the best laid plans need an escape plan. Whatever your adventure, the all-new Taos is always game. Volkswagen.
Though I may sail on many a sea, her shores will always be home to me.
The celebrations are still going strong in Barbados. The island nation has cut ties with the British monarchy nearly 400 years after the first English ships arrived at the Caribbean island. It means Queen Elizabeth is no longer the country's head of state, and Barbados is the world's newest republic. The CBC's Jackson Weaver is in Bridgetown with the latest on the celebrations. So Jackson, what's happening there today?
I mean, so much is happening, and just a few minutes or maybe an hour earlier, we just spoke with Rihanna here in Golden Square Park, and she was named a National Hero of Barbados, one of only 2 living people to be conferred with that award. But of course, most important, as you stated, this country is no longer a constitutional monarchy. After maybe 14 hours ago at National Hero Square, which is just a few meters to my left, Governor General Sandra Mason was named president, which means, as you said, she no longer represents the Queen as head of state. We spoke with Prime Minister Mia Mottley earlier this week, and she stated that while this is a concrete move that will in some ways affect the country, that's mostly in changes to names and awards and honors, this is a largely symbolic move that's a repudiation of nearly 400 years of colonial baggage, colonial history in this country, and the dark history of slavery that has been around since 1625 when King James first colonized this island. And having a Barbadian as head of state, as the highest political office in this land, sends a message to the world that, she said, Barbadians are capable of managing their own affairs.
And so, Jackson, before I move on, you know, Rihanna, probably the most famous person from Barbados, what did she have to say about this day and this moment?
I mean, she was ecstatic. Last night, she was actually honored in the ceremony when this country transitioned. But we spoke with her very, very briefly. We asked her what she thought about this moment and what she thinks about Barbados. She just said that if you haven't been to Barbados, you have to come, as it's a beautiful place. But she was wearing her medallion. She was so ecstatic and so happy to be honored here. And so now that Barbados has ditched the monarchy, is it likely that other countries could follow suit? That's really, really difficult to say. One thing that we can say is that this is the first time this has happened, the Queen being replaced as head of state in nearly 30 years, when Mauritius did the same thing in 1992. Now, one thing that has actually been bandied about, we spoke with a social commentator here in Barbados by the name of Ralph Jamat. He said that actually some royalists, or some people that are connected to, affectionate for the constitutional monarchy that's being left behind, they're pointing to Canada as an example of a strong country that is able to represent itself on the world stage with the Queen as head of state. And he said that they're saying, if Canada can't do it, why can't we? And I've spoken with some in Canada, a constitutional expert, royal historians, who say that there's very little political motivation to do the same thing in Canada. It'd be very difficult. All 10 provinces would need to agree. But still, the conversation's happening on both countries right now. Barbadians saying Canada can keep the monarchy, why can't we? Some Canadians saying Barbados can get rid of the monarchy, why can't we? Jackson, good to see you. Thank you. That is the CBC's Jackson Weaver live in Bridgetown, Barbados.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Welcome to the Rock if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
There's really just one major weather story in this country right now, and that is the next wave of rain that has begun hitting BC. Here's Chris Murphy from the Weather Network with the details.
Well, we'll begin this national forecast with the biggest weather story in the country and the ongoing saga of the atmospheric rivers. This is number 3 in the past week, and this one is also bringing, as the other ones have, periods of heavy rain. It will also do more than just rain. It'll bring some melting snow as the freezing levels rise, so warm air coming in. Vancouver Island, western areas, central coast, the heaviest amounts of rain. That could be 150 or 200 millimeters of rain, up to 70 millimeters as we get into the interior. And for around Metro Vancouver, Howe Sound, and the Fraser Valley, higher elevations likely to exceed 100 millimeters worth of rain. Winter storm warnings for the Rocky Mountains and strong winds for the southern foothills in Alberta. That's the other thing. This system is pushing in some warm air. Freezing levels going all the way up to 2,500 meters. That means there's going to be the risk of rain and melting snow high above, and that will add to runoff along with the rain falling and then lowering freezing levels almost to sea level by the weekend. Another component of this fluctuating air masses is that we get into the avalanche danger as the snowpack gets destabilized by all the rain as well. So high risk of avalanches likely for the next few days. And this is going to be a long-lasting storm system through today and through all of tomorrow. Drier weather does return come Thursday into Friday. Here's a look at our forecast elsewhere. Bit of wet snow in Toronto, -4 in Winnipeg, and we got 12 in St. John's. Wet, windy, but warm.
The weather update is brought to you by Tetley Super Teas. Not your average cup of tea.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
At Mark's, all things holidays is essentials for everyone. From your head to your toes. From sweaters and jackets to boots and loungewear. We've got you covered. All things simple for the holidays. From Mark's.
I want to be happy here. I want to make a life, a home.
All my life, it's like I'm always just about to fall off the edge of the world's tallest building. I stopped falling the second I saw you.
West Side Story. Only in theaters.
Even the best laid plans need an escape plan. Whatever your adventure, the all-new Taos is always game.
Volkswagen.
You are a baker, a one-handed egg cracker, wicked whisker, cake maker, shaker, taster, and an incredible icer. Because when it comes to baking, the magic's in the making. Robin Hood.
Hi, sis. In media arts. Do you want to know why? Hi, Dad. You too. Hey, Will. Wait, I haven't got it either.
We are going to Quebec City. Premier François Legault is commenting on the Omicron variant. Let's listen.
I want to ask you one more little question. The WHO, the World Health Organization, is now talking that people who are vulnerable and over 60 should maybe not travel in the coming months because of the new virus. Are you worried that that might discourage Quebec's snowbirds from going to the States, or what impact would that have if people are over 60 are not allowed to travel?
First, I like it very much when Quebecers stay in Quebec. So my first choice is to see all Quebecers staying in Quebec, visit our regions like Charlevoix. But I think that, again, it's a decision coming from public health, and I will follow the recommendation of public health.
So that was Premier François Legault speaking moments ago. Canadians are carrying the heaviest debt loads ever. The latest tally is out from credit rating firm Equifax, and it shows the main reason for this record debt is the home buying frenzy we've seen in this pandemic. And Jeannie Lee joins me now with more. Jeannie, I have so many people in my circle that have moved around, some out of the city, some across town. It's just crazy. How much more mortgage debt is piling up?
Yeah, I keep hearing stories of the same every day. And, you know, that stands to reason. All of the changes that we've gone through in our lives during the pandemic, and certainly those rock bottom interest rates cannot hurt. So in the last quarter, basically people were piling on more mortgage debt than ever, a record amount, according to Equifax, which is the company that looks at what your borrowing habits are and gives you a credit rating based on that. So here are the latest stats from Equifax on mortgage borrowing. Specifically, new mortgage loans grew by almost 8% from the third quarter of last year. So in a year, the amount or the number of new mortgage loans jumped by 8%, which should say that in the first half of this year, the frenzy was even more frenzied in that the number of new loans rose by 20% year over year. Now, the average new mortgage was for $360,000, which sounds like very little in some of the bigger cities in Canada, but that is the average across Canada. And it represents, if you look at the average price of a home in Canada, a good 60 to 70% of the value of the average home. The amount borrowed, that $360,000 on average, was up by an astounding 18% in just a year. And that reflects, of course, the rising prices that we've seen on the housing market. So people are paying more for their homes and borrowing more to hang on to those homes, basically, Andrew.
And what about other debt? Are Canadians still hacking away at what they owe?
And, you know, this is something we started to see early on in the pandemic, and people, weren't expecting this. A nation of borrowers, loving their credit cards, were actually people were actually paying down those balances for a while. And a lot of it had to do with saving money if you were working from home, not spending as much simply because you were very nervous about the pandemic and trying to save more, and really finally catching the message that you do have to save for a rainy day. So balances were coming down on, say, credit cards, anything that didn't have to do with mortgages. So mortgages are up, but, other forms of credit we were paying off. So here are the latest stats on that. The average consumer debt actually fell to $20,739, and that is down 1.7% from a year earlier. So way to go, people who are paying down their debts. But also specifically credit card balances were whittled away at so that they fell by almost 2%. But Equifax is warning that those rising prices that we're paying for just about everything, plus the end of various government support programs at the end of, I think it was last month, are expected to reverse that trend so that people will be more strapped, won't be able to pay down their debt, may have to borrow more on their credit cards, put more expenses on their credit cards. So those are some of the trends that we're watching today.
And we know the Omicron variant's been driving markets since Friday. What about today?
Driving markets again, in particular comments from Moderna's CEO saying, you know what, these variants are going to mean possibly that we'll have to change up the actual vaccines, which is obvious. But another thing that is driving down the price of oil in particular, down by $5 a barrel to under $65. Some remarks by the U.S. Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who said, finally, you know, when we said that inflation is transitory, it isn't. And so that's now, shaking up the markets, thinking inflation is here to stay, making things much more expensive, much harder. So a big sell-off again.
All right. Thanks, Jeannie.
You're welcome.
Next hour, we'll take you inside the House of Commons for Question Period. Live coverage of today's round of debate is just ahead right here on CBC News Network.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Welcome to the Rock if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
It's the Best Buy Cyber Monday sale. Save $50 on these Samsung Galaxy Buds, only $139.99 at Best Buy.
Hi, sis. In media arts. Do you want to know why? Hi, Dad. You too. Hey, Will. Wait, I haven't gotten anything.
Say bonjour to another world of winter in Quebec, where festive spirits last day and night. A place with joie de vivre like nowhere else. So wherever bonjour takes you, go.
I want to be happy here. I want to make a life at home.
All my life, it's like I'm always just about to fall off the edge of the world's tallest building. I stopped falling the second I saw you.
West Side Story. Only in theaters.
The most awarded new play in history arrives in Toronto, May 31st.
Company, please make your way to the stage.
Join a brave new generation of wizards in the 8th Harry Potter story, featuring more magic per minute than anything ever seen on stage. It's time to believe in magic. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. On sale December 1st at mervish.com.
Even the best laid plans need an escape plan. Whatever your adventure, the all-new Taos is always game.
Volkswagen. You are a baker, a one-handed egg cracker, wicked whisker, cake maker, shaker, taster, and an incredible icer. Because when it comes to baking, the magic's in the making. Robin Hood.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. We will be taking you live to Ottawa this hour. Question period is about to begin in the House of Commons, and when that gets underway, we'll take you there live. With lots of concern over the Omicron variant and how the government is handling it, it could be a lively session. Then, after question period, party leaders will respond to last week's speech from the throne. In British Columbia, officials in the flood zone say they're, quote, as ready as they can be. A third consecutive storm system is bearing down on southern BC. In a rare red weather alert, Environment Canada is calling it dangerous and potent. Building up defenses remains a key focus for armed forces personnel. Our CBC News team in Chilliwack caught up with troops working to safeguard a seniors' residence. This map shows the areas likely to be most impacted by potentially another 100 millimeters of rain. Hard-hit Abbotsford is in that range. Forecasters say the storm system is bringing warmer weather too. That means an increased risk of avalanches and snow melting and flowing into rivers in the flood zone. Rivers that still have not receded after the weekend rain, including the Nooksack near Abbotsford and the Coldwater River near Merritt. The CBC's Lindsay Duncombe is tracking this top story live from Vancouver. So, Lindsay, the rain is already falling. What are you hearing from Abbotsford?
Well, that there is some localized flooding in Abbotsford and that emergency officials are really struggling to address the beginnings of that flooding, if indeed it is the beginning. Here's a tweet that just came out from the city of Abbotsford saying heavy rain is causing localized flooding, advising if you've called the operations yard to deal with an emergent flooding situation, please be patient. Most of our staff are out dealing with the major flooding on the Sumas Prairie. We will get to your call as soon as we can. And that really just shows you, Andrew, how this is one crisis piling on top of another crisis, and people are exhausted from all of the work they had to do to clean up from the previous storms, and then the work needed to do to prepare for the rain that is coming now and is going to keep coming. This is a 2-day event potentially. There have been people out sandbagging. You showed some of that in Chilliwack. It is also happening in Abbotsford. We spoke to a volunteer who is trying to get folks out to make those sandbags and distribute those sandbags. Certainly, he says a lot of people are volunteering, but he said in some cases, people don't have any hope anymore. It's all just too much. Here's more of what he had to say to us earlier.
You don't think that a lot of people would give up, but when, 5 feet of water comes into your house and takes out everything you own, it does something to somebody, right? A lot of these people are losing everything they have, and insurance isn't covering most of it, and some of these people couldn't even afford that. So we're hoping to help those people as well.
One of the different things about this storm as compared to what we saw in the last couple of weeks, Andrew, is just how widespread the rain is expected to hit. In fact, the Central Coast is one of the areas where we'll be watching. Now, that's an area that normally gets a lot of rain. Rain in November is just part and parcel of that part of the province. However, in this case, the forecast could bring as much as 200 millimeters of rain to the Bella Bella area. I spoke to the chief of the First Nation in that area, and she told me that this is concerning. What they're doing right now in the community is just really looking at their drainage, how to get the culverts out to an area that can move the water away from homes, that can keep people dry and safe.
So which rivers, Lindsay, at this point are the most concerning?
Show you the river forecast map from the River Forecast Center of British Columbia. You can see that all of that area that's colored in shows where there are advisories, that's the yellow, where there are watches, that's the orange, and then look at that area in the interior. That's where we see rivers that have already flooded their banks. That includes the Coldwater River near Merritt. It also includes the Princeton area, and the real worry there with this storm, Andrew, isn't so much that the that the rain will fall and fill up the rivers. It's the snow melt that is coming down. And what that will do is that snow melt with warmer temperatures comes into the area. The other thing to watch for in all of this is if there wasn't enough worries is what this will do in the mountains when it comes to avalanches, because similar effect. You have all of this fresh snow, fresh November snow that was falling in places like Whistler. What happens now when the temperatures warm up and there's rain, that snow becomes unstable. And Avalanche Canada says that we could be at a higher risk for avalanches, particularly in that sea to sky region that includes Whistler.
Oh boy. All right. Lindsay, thank you. The CBC's Lindsay Duncombe live in Vancouver. That third atmospheric river is bearing down on British Columbia as we speak. CBC senior meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff is in Vancouver with what to expect throughout the day.
Well, the rain is once again falling steadily across the south coast, moving in pre-dawn hours for Metro Vancouver and the Fraser Valley, and it'll pick up in intensity through the day today. Rainfall warnings are in place for 40 to 140 millimeters across the south coast, along with strong winds and melting snow. Snow levels will be up above 2,500 meters. That's higher than the peak of Whistler. So a lot of fresh melting snow at levels that we haven't seen yet, adding into the already swollen waterways and soggy soil as well. Again, rivers still coming down from the crest that we saw with atmospheric river number 2 on the weekend. This steady rain will quickly accumulate through the afternoon, easing tonight, but then we get another pulse of this same river through Wednesday morning before it sinks south. That's where totals could end up close to 100 millimeters just north of places like Abbotsford and Chilliwack. South of the border, we're looking at totals close to 40 to 60 millimeters that may end up running north with the Nooksack River, and even all the way out to Merritt, looking at totals over 60 to 100 millimeters possible. Once this atmospheric river event is done, we do get a break, a more than 48-hour break for the first time in over a week. The forecast for the weekend is rain, but not an atmospheric river. The concern with these rivers is just how narrow, intense, and warm they are. So when we get that weekend rain, it'll be a very different story and a very much needed break for the south coast. Johanna Wagstaff, CBC News, North Vancouver.
Ontario's COVID-19 Science Advisory Table calls for more public health measures to mitigate any influxes of critically ill patients. The 7-day average for new cases now stands at its highest level since early June. Stay with us for more on that here on CBC News Network.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Welcome to the Rock if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. In the middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mirvish.com.
This year, Canadian Tire donated $12 million to Jumpstart to help protect youth sport in Canada, so kids could get back to play, back to pride in a jersey, back to building each other up, and belonging to the game. Thanks to Jumpstart, over 225,000 kids are back to making memories, and we're committed to helping even more kids get back in the game.
I want to be happy here. I want to make a life at home.
All my life, it's like I'm always just about to fall off the edge of the world's tallest building. I stopped falling the second I saw you.
West Side Story. Only in theaters.
There is one big story grabbing attention in Canada and around the world, the emergence of the Omicron variant. Hong Kong has become the first jurisdiction to place a ban on people traveling from Canada as the number of confirmed cases and travelers in isolation in this country grows. Anyone who has been in Canada in the last 3 weeks is now barred. There are now 5 confirmed cases in this country, 4 in Ontario and 1 in Quebec. 2 new cases in the Ottawa area were announced by health officials last night. 2 suspected cases near Hamilton are also under investigation. In addition, about 850 people who recently traveled to a number of countries in southern Africa are in isolation and undergoing testing. Canada responded to news of the variant by imposing restrictions on travel from 7 African nations, but there have been questions about whether that's the right decision. Well, today at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will learn what else Ottawa is considering when government ministers hold a news conference on Omicron. The CBC's Karina Roman joins us now with more. And so, Karina, there's also a cabinet day. Did we learn anything from ministers about what might be coming, and do we have a sense of what could be coming, given who's going to be at this 4 p.m. Eastern news conference?
Not really. They're staying pretty tight-lipped. When cabinet ministers came out, first of all, at that time, they hadn't even announced the news conference at 4 o'clock. They just kept saying, we'll have more information later. But then, you had the health minister and the transport minister basically saying, of course, we've discussed it in cabinet, we'll talk later. Then you had Marco Mendicino, the public safety minister. He did say a little bit more, but still very vague, talking mostly about how they're following the science, how that science is being updated in real time. And so, of course, they're trying to keep up with it in terms of making sure that their decisions are based on science and that any measures might be effective that they do, because you don't want to just do something for nothing. And he talked about some of the measures already brought into place more recently that you mentioned. Here's what he had to say.
We put in some additional measures last week to be sure that we are layering on additional protections where necessary. The variant of concern has certainly required us to consistently review those measures in real time. Canada is not the only country that is taking those additional steps. And as additional evidence becomes available to the government through our public health care officials, we will continue to follow that advice very closely.
So not a lot of detail about what they might do or when that might come into play. Although Mendicino was asked about the measures that are currently in place. First of all, obviously, the new rules about molecular tests for people who are traveling 72 hours or less, whether that could change, especially at the U.S. border, what measures might be undone that have recently been lifted, what might come back in. Not any specific answers on that. We're hoping, of course, to get that later today from ministers and health officials. Just, there's just so much not known about this variant yet that, the government is struggling to figure out what would actually be effective and what wouldn't. I know that the Premier of Quebec and I believe the Premier of Ontario, they've mused about maybe everyone coming through to Canada, coming back from anywhere, should be tested at the airports, but that's something that would be an additional, not just a PCR test. Let's say you go overseas, but when you arrive at the airport in Canada, you might have to have a test. That's something they've been asking for. We'll see. What's the reaction, though, to the measures Canada has already put in place? Well, I mean, there were definitely people, many, including the premiers, who welcomed the travel ban from the handful of Southern African countries. But then there's a lot of questions about whether that's really, is it too late for that? Once we've figured out these variants are here and spreading, whether a pick and choose which country kind of ban really is effective, especially when you consider that the first few cases that were confirmed here in Canada weren't even from those countries in Africa. They were from Nigeria. So, whether this will actually do anything to slow it down, perhaps, but to actually shut it out, likely not. And certainly Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, questioning whether that's the right method and echoing sort of what you hear from the premiers that you just mentioned in terms of maybe stepping up testing upon arrival. Here's what he had to say.
It seems to me that the more effective tool is to look at testing and quarantining, and to do that in a way that's effective. That seems to be the tool that's worked most effectively in other countries, as opposed to specific bans on flights. That seems to not be a strategy that actually works to keeping people safe. And I'm open to measures that keep people safe and using those tools in a good way that prevent the spread. But I am also critical when the measure doesn't actually achieve the outcome.
And Singh also talked about how one measure that would be something he's talked about a lot is making sure that Canada plays a greater role in getting vaccines to countries that don't have them, in terms of making sure that there's more a global vaccination effort and not just keeping them for the developed countries where we have very good vaccination rates, partly because, the more that people are unvaccinated, the more likely it is that the virus will stay out there and possibly mutate. So, that is certainly one tactic, but that is not a short-term measure to deal with this new variant. And so we wait and see for what measures will be brought in, whether Canada will heed what the provinces are asking for, and whether we have the capacity to do more testing or quarantine, or whether the government is willing to perhaps pull things back from the gradual restrictions that had, especially as we head into this holiday season.
All right, Karina, lots to watch for. The CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. And we are keeping an eye on the House of Commons. Coming up, we'll go to Ottawa for today's round of question period. That's still ahead right here on CBC News Network.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
This year, Canadian Tire donated $12 million to Jumpstart to help protect youth sport in Canada, so kids could get back to play, back to pride in a jersey, back to building each other up, and belonging to the game. Thanks to Jumpstart, over 225,000 kids are back to making memories, and we're committed to helping even more kids get back in the game.
This is my first time in New York City.
What were you doing under there with my sister?
You want to start World War III?
You keep away from him. Run away with me.
You don't want to start with, I'd like to take you out to coffee?
Only in theaters.
The most awarded new play in history arrives in Toronto, May 31st.
Company, please make your way to the stage.
Join a brave new generation of wizards in the 8th Harry Potter story, featuring more magic per minute than anything ever seen on stage. It's time to believe in magic. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, on sale December 1st at mervish.com.
Even the best laid plans need an escape plan. Whatever your adventure, the all-new Taos is always game. Volkswagen.
Hi, sis. In media arts. Do you want to know why? Hi, Dad. You too. Hey, Will. Wait, I haven't gotten it yet.
I'm Andre DeGrasse, and I haven't stopped since 1994. Being unstoppable takes courage, resilience,
and a website made with one of hundreds of customizable templates.
Being unstoppable means never say never.
And that's why I created an online store with GoDaddy.
It's overcoming every challenge
With 24/7 free and friendly GoDaddy phone support.
So don't stop being unstoppable, Canada.
Start your website for free with GoDaddy.
You are a baker, a one-handed egg cracker, wicked whisker, cake maker, shaker, taster, and an incredible icer. Because when it comes to baking, the magic's in.
We're taking you now live to question period.
Toutes les familles canadiennes souffrent du coût de la vie qui ne cesse d'augmenter. On appelle ça l'inflation. Et malheureusement, Monsieur le Président, ça ne va pas en s'améliorant.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, things are just getting worse. This morning in Washington, the chair of the Federal Reserve talked about persistent inflation. We can't keep rushing ahead headlong into inflation. We have to face reality. What the government needs to start by doing is something it hasn't done for 6 years. Limit spending. Will the government finally limit spending? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the main economic priority for Canada is to put this pandemic behind us. We need to do everything we can to end COVID-19, which is causing major harms throughout our economy and throughout the world. The last 2 years have been difficult for Canadians. COVID has created immense harms within our families, our businesses, our communities. There have been disruptions to the supply chains. And due to the pandemic and these supply chain disruptions, Canadians are facing increasing costs. That's particularly hard as the holidays are coming up. We will be there for Canadians during this difficult time. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, Canadians are already experiencing difficulty with rampant inflation. Prices are going up. I will hand one thing to the Prime Minister. He did say something true recently. He said, "I don't think about monetary policy." Well, for once, he told the truth. But not thinking about monetary policy was the wrong thing to do. If we really want to help Canadian families and stop inflation, we need this government to stop spending. And we need it to limit spending, something it hasn't done for the last 6 years. Will this government finally limit spending? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the best thing we can do to stimulate the Canadian economy, to help Canadian families, is to control COVID. And that's what we've been doing since the very beginning. With investments that the Conservatives opposed to support students, families, workers, we will continue to be there for Canadians who need help. And we will continue to move forward with vaccination, which is our strongest tool to get us out of the pandemic. As almost all of us know, it is vaccination that will help us get through this pandemic. Unfortunately, the Conservatives don't seem to be able to understand that. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Unfortunately for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, this government's inflationist policies aren't doing anything other than increase prices. France, Japan, the UK, Germany, and other countries are also facing COVID, but they're not seeing such high inflation as we are here in Canada. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I have a simple question. Will this government finally do what anyone responsible should do, which is to say limit spending, as it hasn't done for 6 years? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, these other countries mentioned by my colleague are also facing an inflation crisis, because this is a global inflation crisis, because it is caused by disruptions to the global supply chain and also caused by the repercussions of COVID. However, Canada is well positioned to help families, as we've been doing throughout the pandemic. We've been investing to help families. We've been fighting the housing crisis. We've been helping with childcare. We've been investing to help families get through this crisis and rebuild the economy.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, there you have it again, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister talks about land prices with relation to supply chain. Our land isn't affected by supply chain prices. This Prime Minister has, in fact, overseen the largest increase in home and land prices of any Prime Minister. It's driving home ownership out of reach for Canadians, but it's also driving the price of rent up for Canadians, meaning that they can't afford food for their families, gas for their car to get to work, and certainly can't afford to save for their dreams. So the question is very simple for this Prime Minister. Is he going to pass the buck on this housing bubble, or will he just admit that it's just inflation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, yes, supply chains have an important role to play in the global inflationary crisis we're facing right now, but so too does this pandemic we just came through, something the member for Leeds Grenville did not mention at all. We know that this pandemic has had a significant impact on housing prices, on challenges faced by families. That's why priority one on fighting inflation and on growing the economy needs to be ending this pandemic once and for all, something the vast majority of Canadians understand goes through vaccination. Unfortunately, Conservatives don't seem to get that.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm really excited to tell the Prime Minister that the folks who elected this Conservative for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes have the highest vaccination rate, not just in this province, but in this country. So this Prime Minister Minister wants to play games, he should be thinking about monetary policy. But instead, you know what? He doesn't. So I'm going to ask the Prime Minister the question. It's very simple. Is he going to pass the buck, play political games, or will he finally admit that this is just inflation?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I have no intention of playing the kind of political or word games that the opposition does. We will stay focused on being there for Canadians, and the number one way to support Canadians through the challenges they're facing right now is to end this pandemic once and for all. And that means making sure everyone gets vaccinated. And I congratulate the constituents of the member opposite for being so strongly vaccinated. Maybe he could use some of his constituents to convince some of his colleagues to get vaccinated.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 18th, the Prime Minister was at the Three Amigos Summit. We could have hoped that between amigos, things would have been open, transparent, and frank. But on the 24th, the U.S. doubled punitive tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber. I have a simple question for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. What did they talk about at the summit? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at our meeting with the U.S., we discussed many important issues for Canadians, including COVID, automobiles, softwood lumber, potatoes. We discussed many different issues that affect our two countries on which we will be able to work together and where we hope to be able to settle our disputes. We raised again the issue that unfair tariffs on softwood lumber aren't good either for Canadians or U.S. consumers. So we will keep working hard and fighting for the interest of our forestry industry. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Very clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is much less good at handling softwood lumber than potatoes. I know that it's hard to trade with a commercial giant. But the U.S. does buy our electricity, our lumber, and our lithium. Canada's weakness on the international stage currently is deplorable. It would clearly be better for Quebec to be able to negotiate a loan on the international stage. But for now, will the Canadian Prime Minister ask the U.S. to remove these unfair tariffs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, these softwood lumber tariffs are unjustified, and they hurt consumers and businesses on both sides of the border. The Minister of International Trade raised the issue with the U.S. We will continue to strongly defend our softwood lumber industry and its workers, just as we have been defending our aluminum industry and our steel industry when the U.S. wanted to impose punitive tariffs on those industries. We will always be there to defend Canadians' interests and advance our economic interests.
Member for Burnaby South.
Canadians are faced with a housing crisis that is striking hard on all Canadians across the country. It is so difficult for anyone to find a home that's in their budget. The previous and the former governor of the Bank of Canada states really clearly that the federal government has a role in tackling this housing crisis. We agree. The federal government needs to tackle the pressures driving up the cost of housing through speculation and address the supply side issue by building more homes that people can actually afford. People are desperately in need of help. Why is this Prime Minister not responding with to this crisis with the urgency necessary?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the speech from the throne, housing is a major priority for this government, and we will deliver. With programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund, which will help municipalities build more and better faster. Whether it's building more units per year or increasing affordable housing, we will work with partners to get real results for Canadian families. We'll also help families buy their first home sooner with a more flexible first-time homebuyers incentive, a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing the closing costs for first-time buyers. We will respond to this housing crisis in ways that supports Canadians.
Le député de Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is extremely severe. People can't find affordable housing. The former Bank of Canada governor has clearly stated that the federal government has a role to play to fix this problem. And we agree. The government needs to do something about the pressures that are pushing housing prices up. And the federal government needs to make sure that more social and affordable housing is built. People are desperate, Mr. Speaker. Why isn't the Prime Minister doing something about this emergency with the housing crisis? Why isn't he behaving with urgency to settle this matter? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the speech from the throne, it was clearly stated that housing is a major priority for our government, and we will deliver the goods through programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund that will help municipalities to build faster, better, and more. By growing the number of homes built per year and increasing the amount of affordable housing, we will work hard with our partners in order to deliver real results for Canadian families. And I will encourage all members in this House to work with us to fight the housing crisis with targeted investments to help Canadians.
For Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House prices have risen by 22% across Canada since this minister was placed in the finance portfolio. And that is not just due to the pandemic or to the supply chain disruptions, because land prices are also increasing. Why does this government refuse to admit that it's a matter of just inflation?
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Conservatives unveiled a housing plan that would have made homes more expensive for Canadians. Let's look at their ideas. Reducing taxes on the sale of rental properties. That would have encouraged speculation and created a tax advantage for wealthy Canadians. It would have ultimately made homes into investment vehicles instead of places for people to live. Whereas here on this side of the House, we have a clear plan.
Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But here's the problem. Land does not have supply chains. It is already underneath our feet. And yet land prices have inflated 20% during a year, driving housing inflation. Other countries had COVID disruptions, yet according to Bloomberg, Canada has the second worst housing bubble. And Toronto and Vancouver are more unaffordable than almost every city on Earth.
Unbelievable.
Why does Canada have the second worst housing bubble in the world? Is it just inflation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Election campaign, the Conservatives put forward a housing plan that would have made homes more expensive for Canadians. They proposed a tax giveaway for selling rental properties that would have encouraged speculation and created a financial incentive for wealthy Canadians to turn houses into investment vehicles rather than places to live. Mr. Speaker, politicians in glass houses should not throw stones.
Honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's the challenge. If the only answer is government subsidies and assistance, then they're further distorting the market, which means for every family that you help, you push house prices out of reach for another family. Exactly. They're spending all kinds of money to make housing more expensive for taxpayers and home buyers. Why does Canada, with among the most abundant supply of land in the entire world, have the second worst housing bubble in the world? Is it just inflation?
The Honourable Minister.
Here are the facts. In our 6 years of being in government, we have spent $4,500 million a year to build more housing in this country for Canadians. What is the Conservative record? $250 million a year, Mr. Speaker. Those are the facts. Secondly, when we introduced the Canada Housing Benefit,
I want to hear the answer because it was a good question. I want to hear the answer. Maybe let the minister, if he can start over right from the beginning, this way we can hear it.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. In our 6 years in office, for every year that we've been in power, we've spent $4,500 million investing in providing more housing for Canadians. What is their record? $250 million a year, Mr. Speaker. Second, when we've brought in the Canada Housing Benefit to put money directly into the pockets of Canadians so that they can pay their rent, they voted against it. Mr. Speaker, when we've brought in help for co-ops, the best form of housing for middle-class Canadians, they voted against it. Mr. Speaker, when we have put forward rapid housing initiative for cities to build housing, permanent housing solutions for the most vulnerable, they voted against it.
The honourable member for Carleton.
And you've been listening to the first part of Question Period. The CBC's Karina Roman has been following along with me from Ottawa. So, Karina, what stood out for you?
Well, interesting that both the NDP and the Conservatives talking a lot about affordable housing and how expensive it is, especially in places like Vancouver and Toronto, to buy a house or even to rent a space. And of course, blaming the NDP, saying that the Trudeau government is not acting with enough urgency in terms of all the measures it says it wants to bring in to try and make housing more affordable. The Conservatives criticizing the Trudeau government for basically causing the problem, partly because of inflation, which they say is mostly the fault of the government, although experts would counter that, but also that, they're not doing anything to fix the problem. And again, sort of blaming them for inaction. So it's just interesting to have both those parties, which are on opposite parts of the spectrum, if you will, basically pick up on the same thing and go at it very, very hard. What was also interesting to me, just because of something we've just learned, is the questions about softwood lumber and trade, again, about, what have we accomplished in meetings with America and our closest ally and friend if we're seeing all these tariffs be put on our products, and the Buy America plan and the electric vehicle credit that's looking to come into effect in the States. Interesting, just because our international trade minister has announced that she's going to Washington tomorrow until Friday. Basically another push for Congress, basically meeting with congressional leaders, not the president, to really, and stakeholders, to really push the idea that this is not just bad policy for Canada, but that with our integrated supply chains, our integrated market, especially the vehicle side of things in terms of the electric vehicle move, that would be a bad idea for both countries. So interesting that in her announcement of going to Washington tomorrow, she said that she's going to bring up, obviously, the Buy American idea, the electric vehicle stuff, softwood lumber, and the potato export issue, which is obviously damaging to Prince Edward Island right now in terms of its market. So clearly another attempt to try and sway our southern neighbor to, give Canada some exemptions and to stop with, especially the softwood lumber tariffs that have been placed on or increased again. So just interesting, because that has been obviously a major topic in Question Period as well in the House.
Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. We are going live now to Victoria. BC's Ministers of Public Safety and Transportation are providing an update on flooding in the province as more rain is in the forecast. Let's listen in.
And Paula Cousins, Regional Executive Director, Southern Interior Region, Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. As a reminder to everybody on the phone line, please press *1 to enter the queue. You're limited to one question and one follow-up. I will now hand it over to Minister Farnworth.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people and the Songhees and the Esquimalt First Nations. Yesterday, I announced that the province is extending both a temporary measure to limit fuel for non-essential vehicles and the provincial state of emergency through to the end of the day on December 14th, to support the ongoing response and recovery from the severe storms that we have been experiencing. The coastal and southwest regions of our province will continue to face more heavy rainfall over the next 48 hours, while still recovering from the impacts of the widespread flooding. Late today, we are expecting a significant storm forecast to last into Wednesday afternoon. In some areas, such as the Central Coast, this could be the most intense storm yet. The province has already mobilized assets in the Bella Coola Valley in preparation. In southwest BC, Environment Canada is warning of extreme rainfall that may worsen existing flooding or create new flooding. This storm may not have the same level of intensity as we saw mid-month in some of our hardest hit areas, such as the Fraser Valley, But the cumulative effect of this succession of storms will be and continues to be a major challenge. As communities in coastal and southwest BC brace for a heavy storm this evening, the best approach is to avoid non-essential travel and wait out the weather. With a third of the series of storms nearing, I want to urge British Columbians to pay close attention to Environment Canada forecasts and road closures. And for their part, Environment Canada is holding their own press conference later today. Also, and I can't emphasize this enough, please follow the directions of your local government, your First Nation, especially if an evacuation alert or order has been issued. Evacuation orders are given to protect lives and must be taken very seriously. Follow all instructions. The local officials on the ground have the best understanding of site-specific conditions and how to safely respond. And if you're unable to evacuate on your own, call 911 and report your location immediately. For now, what people should do is to get prepared. Being prepared makes a huge difference for yourself, for your family, your community, and our emergency responders, and all those working tirelessly to mitigate the impacts and repair the damage caused by these storms. There is uncertainty about this next storm as the forecast models do vary, but we're doing everything we can to make sure people and communities have the resources and supports that they need. Emergency Management BC and an army of local government staff and community volunteers are ensuring shelter, food, medication, and other resources are available to those in need. As well as sandbags, emergency kits, livestock feed, fuel, and other supplies, we're coordinating additional supports and services from the federal government, as well as non-governmental organizations and industry. Crews are working around the clock to shore up dikes and dams to protect essential infrastructure, residences, and farmland, to clear, repair, and reopen highways and other essential corridors to sustain the flow of goods and services to our communities, and to fly missions all over affected areas, helping, assessing, and delivering supplies. Right now, over 500 Canadian Armed Forces troops are working tirelessly across the Southwest, the Central Coast, and Vancouver Island. They are sandbagging, moving tiger dams, and other equipment, transporting residents to their homes to retrieve important belongings and winterize their properties, and moving health personnel between Chilliwack and Abbotsford so that people can continue to get the health services that they need. As Minister Fleming will cover, we have proactively closed roadways that might be at risk of flooding or landslides to protect the public. That said, we've also been able to safely reopen some of our highways due to the tireless and collected efforts of our crews, our road crews, the Canadian Armed Forces, and many, many others. We aren't in the clear yet, and this recovery will take time, but we'll get there by working together and supporting each other. And now I'll turn it over to Minister Fleming. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Farnworth, and good morning. Following the latest storm event, our highways have generally operated well. We continue to monitor the incoming weather. Yesterday, we reopened highways 3 and 99 after they were cleaned up and confirmed to be safe for travel. They had, of course, been preemptively closed on Saturday in advance of the last storm. Both of these routes continue to fall under the travel order for essential traffic only. And since reopening, traffic has generally flowed well on both highways. However, given current forecasts, we're going to have to close Highway 99 once again between Pemberton and Lillooet. That will happen at 4 p.m. today. Drivers should expect some delays as all traffic will be using Highway 3 and Highway 7 in that corridor to move in and out of the region, as Highway 1 remains closed in 2 locations, between Chilliwack and Abbotsford and east of Chilliwack between Popcom and Hope. I do remind drivers that these routes are not up to the same condition before the first storm arrived 2 weeks ago. Some commercial truck drivers may not be familiar with these routes, and we are asking everyone to please slow down, please be patient, and accept that it will take longer and drive according to current conditions. We all truly appreciate the hard work and dedication of so many people who've worked so hard to keep our highways and trade routes functioning during this unprecedented time. I would like to acknowledge and thank the general public as well for their patience and understanding. Highway 1 is the single most important artery in the Lower Mainland, and when it's closed for an extended period, I know that it's difficult and very challenging for people. The same goes for Highway 7, which is restricted to essential traffic, and I know this is challenging for people who have to go to work or school or have appointments that they have scheduled. I want to assure you that the Ministry of Transportation does not make these decisions lightly. In some cases, it is for safety reasons, as is currently the case with Highway 1. In other cases, it's to maintain the supply chain in our province and for essential reasons, as is the case for Highway 7. We're in the midst of an extraordinary situation that requires an extraordinary response. We will open up Highway 1 as soon as it's safe to do so. In the meantime, I want to thank people for their continued patience and understanding. And I ask employers to continue to be as flexible as you can with your employees over these next few days as we get through this storm event and deal with it. Remember, this is for the short term. We will get through this. With the brunt of the next weather system moving in, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure is ready. We're monitoring conditions across the province, including the mid and south coast, the interior, and the north part of Vancouver Island. Crews and equipment are ready to be deployed in all of those regions as needed. In preparation for the rain forecasted to impact Highway 20 and the Bella Coola Valley, a travel advisory is now in place to warn motorists of conditions on Highway 20. We're staging maintenance crews and avalanche teams along the corridor to respond quickly to changing conditions, and we will continue to advise the public through Drive BC and specific travel advisories. If it's not necessary for you to be driving in the Bella Coola area now, please stay off the roads. Safety remains our key consideration, and if required, we will preemptively close more highways again, as we have done with Highway 99 beginning at 4 p.m. this afternoon. With the ground already extremely saturated and heavy rains expected, proactive closures may be needed to ensure the safety of the traveling public. We don't take these decisions lightly again, but the current conditions are not typical, and we need to keep everyone's safety at the forefront. We'll certainly provide as much notice as possible if this is required. If you need to be driving, I urge you again to check Drive BC for the very latest updates on road conditions. But again, if your travel is not absolutely necessary, then please do not be on the roads and highways. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Armel Castellan. Go ahead, Armel.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Armel Castellan. I'm a warning preparedness meteorologist with Environment and Climate Change Canada. As has been stated a few times now, this is the third of 3 very potent atmospheric rivers that have arrived on our coast. Overnight, we have already seen upwards of 60 millimeters in Hope. The Central Coast has also seen the early start of this atmospheric river, and it will continue overnight into tomorrow evening. There will be some lulls, but we do expect some very high quantities of rain, upwards of 100 millimeters in Howe Sound on the North Shore, 150 even possible on the outside of Vancouver Island and the Central Coast, and deeper inland as well. So Bella Coola is not immune, could see up to 120 millimeters. And we have other regions, all 4 quadrants of BC currently are lit up with snowfall warnings up near Stewart, in the Peace Country, and in the Columbias. We will see some spillover from this event as well into the coastal mountains, so the Coquihalla Summit, and over towards, not quite reaching, but getting towards Princeton and Merritt. So again, this event is very strong. It's the 3rd consecutive storm in a week with very little respite in between these events. So the effects are cumulative. In addition, the freezing levels are climbing currently, perhaps up to 3,000 meters higher than the last 2 events. So snow melt is also a component of this event and will add to the storm totals of rain into the rivers and creeks. And we urge everybody to follow the forecast, listen to the warnings, listen to the authorities for all recommendations for people's safety and for the safety of our first responders on the ground. We do have a break coming Thursday morning. We should be mostly done the precipitation. Friday as well will be essentially dry. We do have a smaller system coming up the coast and will affect the south coast late on Friday into Saturday morning. The quantity of rain is not expected to be copious as has been seen, but we could see certainly a small jump in precipitation for Saturday primarily. And again, some activity from the Pacific late in the weekend into next week. So we don't expect large quantities, but we will be keeping a very close eye on the continued barrage of storms affecting the BC coast as we go into next week as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armel. Now we will go to David Campbell. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. It's obviously been discussed in terms of heavy rainfall expected from this next atmospheric river that is making landfall now. In addition to that, it was talked about the rise in temperatures, and we're certainly expecting to see, with abundant snow that's available, particularly at low and mid elevations through the central coast, as well as mid and upper elevations on the south coast, that we do anticipate additional runoff from that. For example, last weekend, we did experience upwards of 30 to 60 millimeters of snow water equivalent melt, in addition to the rainfall amounts that Armel has discussed. Particular concern is risks associated through the central coast, where there is a risk of moderate to severe flooding from the current forecasted conditions. And that would include the potential for flooding within communities in the central coast, in the Bella Coola Valley, Wekanu, and the Kingcome River. We expect that really to be over the next 48 hours, so rising river levels through today and continued tomorrow with that ongoing rainfall. On the south coast, as we swing there in Vancouver Island, we do expect similar conditions to deteriorate through today and into tomorrow, with that next 48-hour period being critical. At this point, it's very similar in terms of forecast to what was experienced this past weekend in the last few days in terms of conditions. But again, given that cumulative impact and storm after storm, we do expect that that could be exacerbating the vulnerabilities, and we could see deterioration of conditions that on rivers that we've seen already, or the creation of new flooding issues throughout the South Coast region. And that would really include everywhere from the lower mainland, the Fraser Valley, up into the Fraser Canyon, as well as Howe Sound, Sea to Sky Country, and up into Whistler and Pemberton. As Armel discussed, rainfall is expected that could have that spill over into the interior drainages. And so again, looking at those risks from ongoing vulnerabilities in the Merritt, Princeton, Lower Nicola region, as well as Spyas Creek. As we look to the Fraser Valley and the Sumas River conditions in the Nooksack, we do expect that could be another area to see high flows over tomorrow, the period today into tomorrow. And at the moment, we've dropped down about 4 feet or so from conditions that were experienced over the weekend. So we've got a little bit of room, but are expecting with this rainfall to push that back up as we go into tomorrow. So there is risk late tomorrow of seeing another overtopping event in the Nooksack River. We're certainly watching the forecasts coming out of the Northwest River Forecast Center closely. The National Weather Service in the U.S. has issued a flood watch for Whatcom County, including the Nooksack River. And again, it looking like the forecast right now for similar conditions and risk of overspill that we saw on the weekend. So currently, we have flood watches in effect for the Central Coast, Vancouver Island, South Coast, Fraser Valley, Fraser Canyon, and into the interior watersheds on the Coldwater, Lower Nicola, and Tulameen. The River Forecast Center is actively monitoring this weather as it comes through and the conditions on rivers, and we will upgrade or issue flood warnings if conditions warrant. Thank you. That concludes the update from the River Forecast Center. Thank you.
Thank you, David. As a reminder to media on the phone line, please press *1 to enter the queue. First question today is from Mira Bain, CBC.
Minister Farnworth, is 500 Canadian Armed Services personnel working in BC enough to deal with this storm and the recovery work to come? Is BC planning to request more help?
If we need to request more help, we will request more help. So in terms of additional troops, that's not a problem right now. We have troops in all the key areas, whether it is on the Fraser Valley, whether it has been in the Princeton area or on Vancouver Island. They are deployed to where we're being told they're needed, and if we need additional ones, they will be sent right away. And on top of that, I'd also add as well, the Canadian Armed Forces Base, or the Air Force Base in Comox, is also standing by and ready to assist with aircraft resources as well, as is the Esquimalt Naval Base.
Mira, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, and this is a question for Environment Canada. Can you confirm that the Fraser Valley will not see rain amounts of 150 to 200 millimeters during the storm? Will that area avoid the worst of the rain this time?
So very similarly, and thank you for the question, similarly to the weekend system, the area around the border of Washington State will be likely closer to that 50, 60 millimeters from Abbotsford, Chilliwack, and particularly westward, whereas Chilliwack and Abbotsford could see closer to 80 millimeters. So it is perhaps a slight bump up from what we saw this past weekend. So large amounts, but definitely not 100 to 200 millimeters. You have to be on the west coast of Vancouver Island, on the outside coast of the central coast, and down through Kinkham Inlet, perhaps to see the 200 range. And that would be in elevated terrain in that southwest facing slope orientation.
Next question is from Ben Milger, CTV.
Thank you. We've already seen this in one neighborhood in Abbotsford, but when it comes to landslides, in addition to highways, there are local neighborhoods that could be at risk. Is there any advice for people who live on or near saturated hillsides and may be wondering about the stability of the slopes around their houses?
What I can tell you is that on the ground, experts and crews have been out to assess areas that may be problematic, and if there is a concern, then obviously an evacuation alert would be put in place, and so people should be paying attention to the directions from their local officials.
Ben, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. In terms of the dikes and the tiger dams that were installed recently in Abbotsford, how are they holding up in advance of this expected deluge of rain?
From what I'm hearing from the city of Abbotsford and the crews and the people on the ground, they're very confident in the repairs and the improvements that have been made in the form of tiger dams and the sandbagging that has been taking place and the involvement of not just volunteers but our Canadian forces and the crews on the ground in Abbotsford. There has been a significant amount of preparation done, and so they're feeling confident. But obviously, we have to be prepared, as they say, prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and that's what everybody's doing.
Next question is from Jyoti Gruel, Fraser Valley Current.
Hi, yes. So the Fraser Valley Regional District is expressing concerns about needing permission and money from the province to do urgent work to prepare for and prevent flooding. Can you speak to what the delays are?
It's none. There is no request for permission for urgent repairs to prevent flooding.
Jyoti, do you have a follow-up?
Yes. Can you, for Minister Fleming, how long will it take to complete Highway 1 repairs at Jackass Mountain between Booth Road and Lytton?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We'll update on the progress there. That's obviously an area where CN Rail is working alongside Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. So it's hard-going work. There's no question about that. But there are crews both for rail and highway assisting one another to gain access and to get material in there and make those repairs. But specifically, we'll have an update on that perhaps later this week.
We have one more question today. Richard Zussman, Global News.
Minister Farnworth, last week you were optimistic that we could have an atmospheric river alert system and rating system in place by early next year. My understanding is you've been told that it may take longer than that. You know, is there a possibility that we could not see a system like this in BC for, you know, more than a year, if not longer? And what should people be concerned about that?
I know that work is underway. I had initially been told that it would be January. I've heard that it may well, in fact, be later than that. And obviously, I'm glad that the work is underway and that we're going to get one. I think what's important is that we're able to have a better understanding of the nature of atmospheric rivers. And so I think when we're hearing, you know, from Environment Canada, the kinds of reports that we have been getting in terms of the significant amounts of rainfall, the potential in that, coupled with the information we've also have received in terms of you know, the Americans use a system as well. I think that we will be prepared in terms of dealing with events like this. It's always, you know, nice to be able to have an extremely helpful to have the system that's being proposed as soon as possible. But I'm glad that it's underway, and it's not going to hinder us in our ability to be prepared for future events.
Richard, do you have a follow-up?
How long have you been told that the river system program may be delayed?
I'm not in a position at this point to comment on how long it will take. What I can tell you is that it is being worked on. I hope that it is being done as expeditiously as possible. And obviously, given the events of this past few weeks, I would hope that it becomes very much a priority.
We have one more question we're going to add to the queue. Cindy White, Castanet.
Hi there. This question is for Armel. I'm wondering about the rising freezing level and the possibility of avalanches or other events on highways further east that could cut us off from the east. Are we watching that?
Go ahead, Armel.
Hi, thank you for the question. Absolutely, with the freezing levels climbing as high as they are this deep into fall and early winter, in fact, there are ramifications for the snowpack at higher elevations. Avalanche Canada and Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure are obviously looking at that very closely. We provide them the weather elements there, and we are in consultation with them throughout the winter, so that all best case decisions can be made according to the potential avalanche risk.
Cindy, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, for Armel as well. What is Environment Canada doing to prepare for the possibility of these kind of events happening more often? I know particularly rain on snow. I covered the Calgary flood, so that was a major factor in that. It seems to be happening more often. Is it something that you're looking at for future planning?
Go ahead, Armel.
Well, absolutely. You know, it all has to do with partnerships between Environment Canada and River Forecast Centre, as well as some of the mountain communities and the expertise locally in the province. So we are very keenly aware of the rain on snow additional impact that we've seen recently, that we've seen in the past. Chilliwack has also had floods after big snow events right down to sea level. And these are things that are part of the thinking behind how we issue forecasts, because it certainly does include that component of rising freezing levels, the warmth that's associated to these atmospheric rivers, and not independently from just the rain component in and of itself. So without question, these are cascading or multi-hazard events, and that is part of how we have to adapt to the future climate, and that's a moving target. So it will be continually evaluated as we modernize our forecasting systems.
That concludes today's information update. Please
And you've
note
been listening to British Columbia officials giving us an update on the latest very strong third consecutive storm in a week to hit that province. It is hitting the province right now. That freezing levels are also climbing, so there could be snow melt that will add to the storm totals. 120 millimeters in less than 36 hours. In some of the hard-hit areas that we've seen in the past, Abbotsford and Chilliwack could see 80 millimeters. So a bump up from the weekend, but not at those high levels that we have seen over the last weeks. The west coast of Vancouver Island and the central coast of British Columbia could also see very significant rainfall, more than 100 millimeters, perhaps as much as 200 millimeters of rain. So Environment Canada, by the way, is going to hold an update on the BC weather forecast in less than half an hour, a more detailed look than we just heard at 12:30 local, 3:30 Eastern. We will bring that to you live. We have some breaking news to tell you this hour. There are now 6 confirmed cases of the Omicron variant in this country. A new case has been discovered in Alberta. That province will hold an update on COVID-19 next hour. There are 4 in Ontario and 1 in Quebec. 2 suspected cases near Hamilton are also under investigation. In addition, about 850 people who recently traveled to a number of countries in southern Africa are in isolation and undergoing testing. We're standing by to take you live to Ottawa. The opposition parties have been reacting to last week's throne speech today. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will respond this hour in the House of Commons. We'll have that for you live right here on CBC News Network. Canada has responded to news of the variant by imposing restrictions on travel from 7 African nations, but there have been questions about whether that's the right decision. Today at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will learn what else Ottawa is considering when government ministers hold a news conference about Omicron. And CBC's Karina Roman joins us from Ottawa with more. So, Karina, this is also Cabinet Day. Did we learn anything from ministers about what might be coming, or have you learned anything about what might be coming in about an hour from now?
What we've mostly learned is sort of hints of that there is some additional measures they're thinking of doing. I should note that the Toronto Star is now reporting that 3 more countries have been added to the list for the travel ban. The Toronto Star reporting that Nigeria, Malawi, and Egypt have been added. So we're up to 10 countries if that story is to be believed. So, which I'm sure it is. You know, that's just an interesting thing that got added just today. In terms of other measures, they're being quite vague, and I think they wanted to wait to have like a proper announcement at 4, which is why when they came out of cabinet this morning, you had the health minister and the transport minister just saying, of course, we discussed it in cabinet. You know, this is a pressing concern, but we will have more later. And then you had Marco Mendicino, the public safety minister, coming out. He was a little bit more talkative, but still sort of vague, just talking about following the science and, of course, putting out there, of course, that the science is being updated in real time and the government is trying to respond in real time. Here's a bit more of what he had to say.
We put in some additional measures last week to be sure that we are layering on additional protections where necessary. The variant of concern has certainly required us to consistently review those measures in real time. Canada is not the only country that is taking those additional steps. And as additional evidence becomes available to the government through our public health care officials, we will continue to follow that advice very closely.
So he also was asked by reporters what will happen to restrictions that have been eased lately, including the no longer the need for the PCR or molecular test if you're only traveling going for 72 hours, and recent easing of measures, especially at the U.S. border. But he didn't have anything specific to answer other than, of course, they're looking at all of these things, and that we will find out more, I assume, at 4 o'clock.
So what's the reaction to the measures Canada has already put in place, though, Karina?
Well, I mean, it's mixed in that, of course, there are many people who welcomed the travel ban, saying that not only was that necessary, but happy to see the government move quite quickly on that compared to previous travel bans, but others saying that when you pick and choose countries, you're really too late. It's already spread. It's already here. And that picking and choosing countries really is not an effective measure, that there's other things that the government should be concentrating on that would actually be more effective, including NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who was critical of the move. Here's what he had to say.
It seems to me that the more effective tool is to look at testing and quarantining, and to do that in a way that's effective. That seems to be the tool that's worked most effectively in other countries, as opposed to specific bans on flights. That seems to not be a strategy that actually works to keeping people safe. And I'm open to measures that keep people safe and using those tools in a good way that prevent the spread. But I am also critical when the measure doesn't actually achieve the outcome.
And in terms of that outcome, I mean, when you look at how the very first few cases of Omicron that were confirmed here in Canada actually were in travelers who had come from Nigeria, which was not one of the original 7 countries in Southern Africa that were part of the travel ban. Now Nigeria being added, according to the Toronto Star. But where do you draw that line as we find out more and more about where these travelers are coming from? It does kind of feel like the horse has already left the barn, so to speak. So, the provinces certainly have asked for beefed up testing of people arriving into Canada, whether they're vaccinated or not. It's whether or not Canada could do that from a capacity point of view. And that would take quite a bit of infrastructure to test everyone who is arriving at the doorstep, Canadian or otherwise. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually decide to go forward with later today.
All right, Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. The White House COVID-19 response team provided an update today on how the U.S. is dealing with the new Omicron variant. The CBC's Magda Gabrisalasa has the latest on that from Washington.
While cases of Omicron are popping up across the world, we learned today that there are still no confirmed cases in the U.S. Dr. Anthony Fauci said there are about 226 confirmed cases in about 20 countries right now. And experts do say it's only a matter of time before cases in the U.S. are identified. Now, here's why Fauci is especially concerned about this variant.
This mutational profile is very different from other variants of interest and concern. And although some mutations are also found in Delta, this is not Delta. It's something different. And these mutations have been associated with increased transmissibility and immune evasion, whereas other of the mutations have not yet been characterized as to their functional capability.
He said it's possible that this variant is highly transmissible, but right now there's no information on how it could compare to the Delta variant. There are still many unanswered questions about how effective current vaccines are against this variant and how severe symptoms from this variant could be. Now, Fauci said right now the sample size of the cases is too small to make any conclusions, but that early information from South Africa suggests no unusual symptoms with Omicron. Now, the lasting message on today's update was that the safety measures taken throughout the pandemic still work in this case: masking, washing your hands, and sticking to outdoor activities. And the big one, getting vaccinated and getting your booster shots. Officials do believe that the current vaccines will still offer some protection as they wait for more information. Magda Gabrisalasa, CBC News, Washington.
The United Kingdom is expanding its efforts to get third shots and boosters into its citizens. The government wants everyone who's eligible to get those shots by the end of January. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says that timeline will help protect against the Omicron variant.
I know the frustration that we all feel with this Omicron variant, the sense of exhaustion that we could be going through all this all over again. But today, I want to stress this. Today, that's the wrong thing to feel, because today our position is and always will be immeasurably better than it was a year ago. What we're doing is taking some proportionate precautionary measures while our scientists crack the Omicron code, and while we get the added protection of those boosters into the arms of those who need them most. So we're going to get behind the men and women of our NHS who've saved so many lives on the front line and run our vaccination programme for a year almost without a break, as they have, and who are going back into the breach yet again.
Stricter COVID rules and protocols take effect today in Britain. The CBC's Tessa Arcilia has the details from London.
As of the latest count, there have been 22 of the Omicron variant cases detected in the UK, and in the EU, 42 cases found in 10 countries. In another development, it is now believed that the variant could have been circulating in Europe even before South Africa first reported the detection of the Omicron variant to the World Health Organization on the 24th of November. That is because Dutch officials said that they have found the Omicron variant in samples taken between the 19th and the 23rd of November. And in Scotland, 9 cases are believed to have been linked to a single event on the 20th of November. An interesting development, especially since South Africa says they have been feeling penalized for having detected the variant in the first place. Now, here in the UK, new measures have taken effect in England. Face masks should be worn in shops and public transport, and the booster scheme has also been expanded to include everybody above the age of 18. And the gap between the second COVID shot and the booster has been cut in half from 6 months to 3 months. Health experts and the WHO continue to say that vaccines remain the critical ingredient in preventing severe versions of the disease. And countries are trying to get as many people as possible vaccinated. Greece, for example, is trying to impose a €100 fine on anyone above the age of 60 who still has not received their first COVID vaccine. And in Austria, a draft law is being looked at, debated, potentially imposing a fine of over €7,000 on anyone who remains unvaccinated by February next year. And France is also expanding its booster program. Well, these are just some of the things that countries are trying to do to slow the spread of the Omicron variant. Tessa Arcilia, CBC News, London.
New travel measures came into effect today, leaving unvaccinated people basically grounded. Anyone over the age of 12 hoping to board a plane or a train in Canada will now have to show proof of vaccination. The CBC's Hilary Johnstone is on the story from our nation's capital.
Well, as of today, they are going to have to prove that they are fully vaccinated if they want to get on a plane or a train in this country. Commuter trains are not part of this. But if you're hearing this and you're thinking, I thought this came into effect last month. Well, it did. It technically came into effect on October 30th, but then there was a transition period over the past month where some people who were not fully vaccinated were able to board planes if they could then prove that they had a negative COVID-19 test. As of today, that is all over with. Now, there are a couple of exemptions. So people who have a medical exemption to not be vaccinated, then they can show proof of a negative test instead. And then people who are maybe on a plane in order to get to a northern community that can only be accessed by a plane, those people won't have to show proof either. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, people who are simply transiting through Canada, but Canada is not their final destination. So over the past couple of months, or over the past month rather, many airlines have been saying that they've been doing random spot checks to make sure that people are vaccinated. As of today, that is done. Both Air Canada and WestJet have confirmed that they will be checking every single passenger to make sure that they are in fact fully vaccinated.
Okay, and another important change takes effect today for travelers leaving the country for a quick trip. So this is likely people doing a little cross-border shopping or a little visit to relatives or friends that live, just across the border. Tell us those details.
Yeah, maybe going south to get some gas, get some fuel, a little bit of Christmas shopping, whatever it might be. So this is trips that are less than 72 hours. You can now go abroad for that short amount of time and then come back into Canada without needing to show proof of a negative PCR test. So a couple things to keep in mind here. This does apply to children as well under the age of 12 who maybe are not vaccinated yet. They can also come back with a parent without a negative test, but they can't go back to school. They cannot go to daycare for 14 days. So that's something to be mindful of. Parents who might be thinking of taking the kids across the border, for example, for a short amount of time. And of course, there's been a lot of pushback from some border communities, from various travel associations, for example, saying that the cost of those PCR tests, which can be a couple of $100s, that, it just didn't make a lot of economic sense for Canadians to go across the border for only a few hours. So hoping that this will ease some of that. And then the other thing that takes effect today, Andrew, is that up until this point, Canada only recognized Health Canada approved vaccines in order to come into Canada and be recognized as fully vaccinated. As of today, they will now recognize WHO, so World Health Organization vaccines that have been approved by the WHO as meaning that you're fully vaccinated. Of course, the big question on that, the fact that you can now go south for a couple of hours, for example, without a test, what happens because of this variant? We'll be waiting for 4 o'clock Eastern time to see if there's any update on any of that.
So we don't have to go down through the list, but this would be, vaccines from Russia, from China. There's kind of a long list that are just not that familiar to Canadians, but people with those vaccines, right?
Exactly. A couple of examples would be Sinopharm, Sinovac. Those are a couple of examples. So, up until this point, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, J&J, those were the ones that Canada recognized for those travelers coming in from abroad. But now, if it has been approved by the World Health Organization, Canada now recognizes that as meaning that you are fully vaccinated.
The CBC's Hilary Johnstone in Ottawa, and CBC News can confirm that, in fact, this country is going to bar foreign nationals who've traveled through Nigeria, Malawi, and Egypt in the last 14 days. They will not be permitted to come to Canada. This is a senior government source confirming this to CBC News, so that adds 3 more countries. We're going to take you now to Justin Trudeau in the House of Commons. Let's listen.
Of course, job one remains ending this pandemic. We will always put the health of Canadians first. From the very first day of this pandemic, we had a straightforward message to Canadians that we would have your backs. That is what has guided us every step of the way. And having people's backs wasn't just about making sure we're handling the health crisis, but it's making sure as well that we were giving the economic supports to Canadians that they so desperately needed while we made sure that Canadians could stay safe through the first wave of this pandemic. But every step of the way through the subsequent waves, that guiding principle of being there to support Canadians, to allow them to do the necessary things to keep themselves and their families safe from this health crisis, but also to make it through the economic crisis, meant that we were there to support Canadians every step of the way. Now, Conservative politicians kept telling us in this House that we were doing too much, that we were making a mistake by investing so much to support Canadians, to support families, to support workers, to support small businesses, to support students. But we knew that not only would investing in Canadians be the right way to ensure that our economy would come back as quickly as possible as we made it through the worst of this pandemic, but we also knew that showing Canadians that they had a government they could count on, that would have their back, that could deliver the income supports, deliver the health supports, deliver the vaccines that were necessary, would give people confidence to continue being true to our values as Canadians. Because when a storm hits, it's easy to want to hunker down and just take care of yourself. But Canadians are really, really good at stepping up in a crisis. And that's what Canadians did, because they had confidence that governments were there to support them. Not just the federal government, although the federal government delivered 8 out of 10 dollars to Canadians to help them through this pandemic. The provinces, the municipalities, they were all there working hand in hand to make sure we were delivering for Canadians. And the fact that Canadians could be reassured that their institutions were there to support them, that our health professionals were working hard for them, that political leadership at all orders of government was there for them, gave them the confidence to do the right thing and continue to step up to be there for each other. So even as Canadians were watching their governments and their frontline workers be heroes to keep them safe during this pandemic, Canadians themselves, from small business owners to young people to seniors, were there to support each other through this time. And that, quite frankly, has been the story of this pandemic, of Canadians being there for each other. And as we continue to deal with this pandemic that is going through new phases now, even as so much of our economy has been able to come back, so many people are now safely vaccinated and feeling a lot more confident about how they are, about their families are, we know there is still more to do. That's why in the throne speech we talked about everything from implementing enhanced border measures to address variants of concern, to securing boosters, to doses for kids, to the next generation of COVID-19 vaccines, to investing in more opportunities to create vaccines and health products in Canada. These are the kinds of things we need to do, not only to get this pandemic behind us as quickly as possible, but also to ensure that Canadians can continue to thrive into the coming months and years. And that's why we need to finish this fight against the pandemic. The single most impactful thing we can do to help Canadians grow the economy, create opportunities for themselves and their kids, is actually to end this pandemic for good. And that's why we are so focused not only on ensuring that people have access to life-saving vaccines, that science guides our way every step of the way, that we are working with provinces and territories to ensure that if lockdowns are necessary, if more public health measures are necessary, the federal government will be there to support small businesses, to support families, to support people who need that help through the pandemic. That's how we ensure that we continue to do well. That is what Canada laid out as a plan from the very beginning, and not on our own. We can't take full credit for knowing that investing in Canadians was the best way through this pandemic. Those were the recommendations of international economic organizations, from the IMF to the World Bank to the OECD to a range of others, who said countries that have the fiscal capacity to support their citizens should do so as we enter this pandemic, as we get through. And of course, Canada had the best fiscal capacity of any of our partners in the G7, the lowest debt to GDP ratio. We continue to move forward in ways that supported Canadians every step of the way. Unfortunately, members opposite, like the member from Carleton, said we were doing too much, too fast to support Canadians. We disagreed, and what it has actually shown is that our economy has bounced back faster than the economy in the United States, for example. We've recovered over 100% of the jobs lost during this pandemic, when the U.S. has only recovered about 81%. But there is much more to do, so we have a real plan to keep building a strong, resilient economy that works for everyone. And at the heart of our work is continuing to tackle the rising cost of living. Yes, we know that families across this country are looking at rising costs with real concern. They are facing significant inflation that is the reality right around the world. But Canadians also have the tools to get past it. We recognize that a huge part of the costs that families bear these days is on the cost of childcare. That's why we move forward building the first ever Canada-wide childcare system that will provide $10 a day childcare to families within 5 years. We also know that families need help now, so the money that we're putting forward in investing in childcare in places right across the country, in many places, will result in immediate reductions of childcare costs. Indeed, the province of Alberta has announced that as of January 1st, because of the investments made by this federal government and the deal signed with this federal government, they will be able to cut childcare costs in half as of January for families across Alberta. They're not the only ones. Other provinces are doing the same thing, but it really does beg the question, if governments like Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba and other conservative provinces across the country have stepped up so strongly on moving forward on childcare and reducing costs for families, why are the Conservatives here in Ottawa so opposed to signing childcare agreements? They promised in the election that they would rip up those childcare agreements signed with the provinces, when we know that if they were actually concerned about the costs for families, about expenses for families, reducing childcare to $10 a day is one of the best ways to do exactly that. Nous savons aussi, et les gens en ont parlé.
We also know, and people have been talking about it, I constantly meet with families across the country, and they tell me that housing is very important to them. Affordable housing is an issue, and housing is even more expensive for the middle class than ever before. People need help. The major issue in Canada that we have to deal with is that for 10 years, the Conservatives, led by Stephen Harper, felt that the federal government had no role to play in housing. They felt that the government had no responsibility to help to invest in housing. There was no leadership, no support from the federal government in that file. And the impacts are still being felt. In 2015, when we formed government, we promised Canadians that we would commit to helping with housing and that we would present ambitious plans. That's exactly what we did. We put forward our national housing strategy, which started at $40 billion, and now it is up to $80 billion. Investments have helped hundreds of thousands of Canadian families access better housing or access housing to be able to access affordable housing. Apologies. There is a lack of respect on this side. I ask the member for Carleton to please wait. He will have the opportunity to ask questions during questions and comments. We ask all members of this House to please demonstrate respect. The Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have put forward measures, we have taken action which has tangibly helped Canadians access property. But we know that we have more to do.
This election was a $4 million housing accelerator fund for the municipalities. That's $4 billion that'll help them move faster on building supply, on issuing permits, on developing low-income, middle-class housing that's going to create that supply that is so needed to take the pressure off families and communities. This is in addition to the initiatives we've had, whether it's the Canada Housing Benefit, whether it's the Rapid Housing Initiative that's worked with municipalities, but we'll also do more. We'll help families buy their first home sooner with a more flexible and generous first-time home buyers incentive, a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing the closing costs for first-time buyers. These are all concrete, tangible solutions that will help move things in the right direction for Canadians. Just the contrast, even as Conservative politicians these days are rending their shirts about the housing crisis, they offer no solutions. Indeed, the only concrete solution they had in their plan, in their platform during the 2021 election was, get this, to give a tax break to wealthy landlords to help them sell their buildings. Now, it really takes a federal Conservative to think that that is somehow going to help people rent or buy homes they can afford when you're giving tax breaks to wealthy landlords. That simply doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. What we've got is a plan that is comprehensive, that is going to indeed support Canadians in getting affordable housing and in finding lower price places to stay, working on both affordable housing and housing affordability. Every step of the way, our focus has been on supporting Canadians, whether it's indexing the Canada Child Benefit to the cost of inflation, whether it's a childcare program that's not only going to help families with their costs, but also get more women into the workplace while giving kids that level playing field start that they need to succeed. We're making investments for the longer term of our future. We're standing up for the middle class, and we'll continue to address the labor shortages by boosting economic immigration levels and investing in skills training. Mais évidemment, les Canadiens sont préoccupés
Canadians are, of course, concerned about the economy. Canadians want to know that we're here to help them, and we are here to help them. We are also here to invest. Canadians are concerned about other issues as well. They expect us to take action. That's exactly what we are going to do. Canadians want real action, and we will deliver the goods. Canadians want us to take action against climate change. They want us to innovate with green energy technology.
We will continue to stand up for Canadians' interests, continue to stand up in the fight for removal of softwood lumber tariffs, and the fight to continue producing electric vehicles in Canada, and the fight to continue making sure that our products like potatoes or what have you continue to have access to the United States. But when the Conservative leader talks about the fact that we are not doing enough to go at the United States, it reminds me of what he said when we stood up for steel workers and aluminum workers against the last American administration. His comment on that was that those retaliatory tariffs were dumb. That was the word he used. It was a dumb thing to push back against the United States when they were imposing tariffs on steel workers and aluminum workers and threatening massive waves of protectionism. Well, we didn't listen to the leader of the opposition then, and we went ahead in standing up strongly and firmly for Canadian interests, and that American administration backed down. We protected our steel workers, our aluminum workers. So you will understand that I'm not going to take lessons from the leader of the official opposition on how to capitulate to the Americans. We will instead stand up strongly and firmly every step of the way. Our government is focused on concrete solutions that deliver results. We have one of the most successful vaccination campaigns in the world. And this, Madam Speaker, reminds us of the complaints and the partisan personal attacks made by members of the official opposition, the Conservative Party, when we were getting our vaccines, that they weren't coming fast enough. We didn't do well enough. We weren't covering Canadians. And here we are with one of the top vaccination rates in the entire country. And the party that spent all its time complaining that we weren't doing enough to get vaccines into this country is now the party, the only party in this House, that didn't bother to get fully vaccinated, Madam Speaker. That sort of playing of political games and scoring cheap rhetorical points while not actually following up on the substance of what needs to happen to keep Canadians safe is unfortunately par for the course from what the Conservative Party of Canada has put forward. We have now, despite all the talking down of the Canadian economy and our approach to supporting Canadians during the pandemic by the Conservatives, we have now recovered over 100% of the jobs we lost during the peak of the pandemic and have created new jobs on top of that. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that happened because, Madam Speaker, because we have been investing in Canadians, supporting small businesses across the country. I can't go into a small business or a restaurant across the country over the past few months without someone having told me, thank you for that wage benefit. Thank you for the support that you were able to give us to get through it. And I, in return, say, no, thank you. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for staying open. Thank you now for getting going again. And yes, we will continue to support you in fighting this labor shortage that we're facing. We had a year of closed borders to immigration where we were only able to accept a small number of people as immigrants. We now know that we have to get back to bringing in people in to continue to grow our economy. We need to work on skills training. We need to give young people opportunities. We will continue to work not just to make sure people have jobs, but make sure that jobs are filled, because growing the economy requires a government with a commitment to do what we said from the very beginning, which is every step of the way we will have Canadians' backs. We continue to be there for the economy, for small businesses. We continue to be there for families with the Canada Child Benefit indexed to inflation with $10 a day child care. We'll provide targeted support for the hardest hit sectors like tourism. The leader of the official opposition talked about support for the tourism industry. So I hope his party will work with us to get their support, because we have right now coming before the House Bill C2 that will have targeted supports for the tourism industry, for a sector that is very much worried about what the consequences of this Omicron variant might have on their industry, on people's plans. Well, we have a piece of legislation we're putting forward that will make sure we're there to support those industries that are hardest hit, that'll make sure we're there to support small businesses or businesses that are facing challenges, but also make sure that we have lockdown supports. If provinces have to move forward with targeted measures, we will be there as a federal government, as we have been since the very beginning, to allow Canadians to make it through this health crisis, knowing that their government has their back and that we will bounce back and come roaring back stronger than ever. That's what's in this Bill C2 that we're moving forward, and I certainly hope that the Conservatives and the other parties in this House realize that Canadians deserve a parliament that's focused on them and is there to support them every step of the way. We are committed to establishing the candid mental health transfer to expand the delivery of high-quality, free mental health services, because we know that Canadians, like people around the world, have suffered because of this pandemic. The isolation, the pressures, the anxiety, the challenges they've faced has left its mark, and that's why investing historic amounts in mental health supports across the country will go a long way to help Canadians. In the first days of this Parliament alone, we've introduced legislation to bring in 10 days of paid sick leave for workers in the federally regulated private sector, and will work with the provinces on echoing that across the country. We want to protect healthcare workers from unacceptable intimidation. We are going to, Madam Speaker, ban conversion therapy. But there is always more to do.
Of course, Madam Speaker, we know there will always be more work to do, but Canadians expect us to work cooperatively and respectfully in this House of Commons. There will always be robust debates on the best way to help and serve Canadians, and I'm looking forward to these exchanges. But Canadians are expecting that parliamentarians be there for them, that they want to see us better serve and help Canadians, and they want to see how we will get them the support they need. That's what they expect from us. And that, Madam Speaker, is what this government is ready to do. And I extend a hand to all parliamentarians in this House with this speech from the throne and with all we intend to do. And I am really looking forward to doing this in the best possible way for Canadians. But what is truly the issue is that we are there to deliver for Canadians, and I assure you that on the government side, the answer is yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
And you have been listening to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking about last week's throne speech and laying out the Liberals' priorities. We heard from the Conservative leader, the leader of the opposition, Aaron O'Toole, earlier today. Happening now, a warning preparedness meteorologist with Environment Canada is providing an update on significant precipitation forecasted for southern BC. Let's listen.
So, British Columbia finds itself in the throes of the wettest fall on record for many stations across the South Coast, including Vancouver International Airport, Abbotsford, Victoria, and Nanaimo, and perhaps even others by the time that today is over. As you can see on this animation, we have a very active Pacific. It's been active since mid-September, and we are currently going to be taking on our third atmospheric river in a week. These colors represent moisture in the atmosphere, moisture that is highest, closest to the subtropics, but can and does routinely balance out the atmosphere by bringing it north in what we call an atmospheric river. So this last one that we're going to experience is already overhead. In fact, overnight, we have seen upwards of 50 millimeters, even close to 70 millimeters for places like Hope in the Fraser Valley. We will continue to see some very high rain rates for the remainder of today into tonight and tomorrow, Wednesday, through to the evening. Those quantities are going to be perhaps dangerous and impactful, not only because the rain is plentiful and copious, not only because the freezing levels are extraordinarily high, upwards of 3,000 meters above most mountain tops, and melting snow on those mountains, but also snow has fallen in certain places along the central and north coast recently, and that will also melt. And we also have the difficulty of having had 3 back-to-back storms with very little respite in the overnight or in the in-between period. So this is the third. We will see a break on Thursday, at least for part of the second half of the day into Friday. We do see also a little system come through later on Friday into Saturday, but it is not a potent atmospheric river. What we'll see on the central coast in particular are values of 100, 150 millimeters of rain. Deeper inland, closer to Bella Coola, those values are still very strong, upwards of 100 millimeters potential. So there is a very real risk of flooding and debris flows up on the central coast. And as this event slumps south and becomes more intense overnight, we will see that those same type of numbers, over 100 millimeters for the west coast of Vancouver Island and into the southern parts of the Sunshine Coast. Vancouver will be in some ways a very rainy period over about 48 hours, closer to 50, 60 millimeters. But as we go east into the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford, Chilliwack could see upwards of 70, 80 millimeters of rain. Hope maybe even beyond that, above 100 millimeters like we saw last weekend. And as you look at the North Shore Mountains, just to the north of Vancouver in the Fraser Valley, we're looking at upwards of 120 millimeters. These are not insignificant amounts, and they are coming on the heels of events similar to it over the last week. There's also a lot of weather going around the entire province. All 4 quadrants are lit up. We have snowfall warnings in the Peace Country, in the Columbias as well, with rain following. This event is not just coastal, and it is spilling over into the southwest interior on the way to the Coquihalla in the coastal mountains and over towards Allison Pass on Highway 3. So these conditions really need to be taken seriously. We know that emergency management is ultimately as prepared as they can be at this point, but we need everybody to listen to the forecast, follow the warnings, and be cognizant of any danger you can put yourself in or your property.
So you've been listening to Warning Preparedness meteorologist at Environment Canada. We are going to speak to our CBC senior meteorologist, Johanna Wagstaff. She joins me now live. The reason why we're speaking to you is because he's repeating what he said in French. Then we're going to go to some questions. But in the meantime, Joe, let's go over, what kind of stood out for you, and what are you watching? What are you worried about?
Yeah, Andrew, I think Castellan really honing in on a few points. First of all, that this is a widespread event we are seeing. There we go. Much bigger impacts with this river than we did with the past 2. And the bullseye, so the highest intensity rainfall, actually not for Metro Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. We're seeing that up our coast towards the Sunshine Coast. I'm actually in North Van, one of the bullseyes, where we're looking to get 120 millimeters on the west side of Vancouver Island. So impact there, definitely quite possible. And you're looking at a water vapor map right now. This is sort of the precipitable water available in our jet stream right now. It stretches 8,000 kilometers across the Western Pacific. So a very different source than the Pineapple Express events we've been watching the past 2 times. So Armel basically saying the focus for the highest rainfall amounts, not Metro Vancouver, Fraser Valley, but they are still getting a lot of rain. Parts of the Fraser Valley, I was just checking those numbers, already 20 to 50 millimeters since this started overnight. And if I can take you in on the radar, we are still seeing those heavy bands. The other points he focused in on is that this is really a cumulative event. This is following the 2 back-to-back storms, less than 24 hours in between them. Soils, waterways, rivers are all already saturated. And then the third point he really focuses in on, as they take you to the warnings, the high snow levels, and that has been a huge concern. We have seen melting snow with the past 2 events. Andrew, this one melts the snow at the tops of some of our highest mountains, above 3,000 meters. To put that into perspective, Whistler is about 2,100. This is almost the height of Mount Baker. So we're seeing snow melts at rapid levels, very high, all adding to the runoff. So sort of those 3 points, we're not seeing the worst through the Fraser Valley. You know, we kept hearing Abbotsford Mayor yesterday say 200 millimeters is sort of the event that we don't want to happen. We're not getting that, but it's the cumulative effects, and then Andrew, the fact that it's just so warm, so high in our atmosphere.
You know, I was just thinking 8,000 kilometers long. You know, I mean, I was looking at the distance. I'm like, that sounds like Vancouver. Vancouver to St. John's is 7,000 kilometers. So to think about that, just band of rain. I know it's not necessarily all going to hit British Columbia, but it's just that, right? It's just the constant, feels like unrelenting rain.
You said it, Andrew. Relentless is the word that so many people across the South Coast and the hardest hit areas would feel. I mean, you know, waking up to pounding rain for, you know, like a 6th day in a week is truly relentless. And you're right, the source of this is actually a tropical cyclone out in the Western Pacific, not our classic Hawaiian Islands. That's what we call Pineapple Express events. This one, you know, we've got names for everything, Andrew. This one we call a tropical punch, and it certainly is. The fire hose is once again on our West Coast.
Unbelievable. All right, so much to watch for, but for now, thank you, Joe. That is CBC Senior Meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff live in Vancouver. Okay, so we're going to go back to Environment Canada with that update on significant precipitation forecasted for southern BC. Reporters are asking questions. Let's listen.
I was curious, what kind of forecasting when it comes to total rainfall at the Coquihalla Summit is being expected? If you could comment on that, please.
Yeah, thanks very much for your question, Colton. We are seeing definitely some spillover already. We expect, and by spillover, I mean moisture making its way through the Fraser Valley and up into the coastal mountains. So we expect the potential there is in the order of 40 to 50 millimeters. And of course, it's a very strong gradient because if we have, you know, closer to 100 millimeters in Hope, it's going to be depreciating as you get into the mountains as we go down the lee side onto the dry subsidence side towards the east, towards Princeton and Merritt. So there will be, you know, just a handful of millimeters in a place like Merritt at most, but certainly at the summit elevations, 40 to 50 millimeters is our forecast.
Do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you. Yes, please. Just on a different branch, with the snow levels being, you know, expected to reach above 3,000 meters, and I'm sure between the end of these atmospheric river storms, we'll have seen significant snow melt in some of the alpine locations of BC. Is there any concern for the long term of winter with the snowpacks from so much snow melting this early in the year, Armel, or based on it being only November 30th, might there be time to correct itself?
Knowing Mother Nature, I'm sure there's enough time to correct itself. You know, there's definitely been other winters or falls where we haven't necessarily seen this type of activity, but certainly a lack of snow or not as much snow as other years that are potential. And so I'm not concerned at this point that we could see, you know, so much less snow. Things can really ramp up and get cold. In fact, we are in a weak or moderate La Nina year, which means that the BC interior and the coast could see a slightly cooler trend through the kind of late December into early spring period. So with that, the deck is essentially a little bit stacked towards the potential for more snow down to lower elevations. So certainly that kind of mid to lower elevation risk increases for snowfall, but again, later after Christmas. So we'll have to wait and see storm by storm how things develop.
Thank you, merci. We have another question from Tim. Nous avons une autre question de Tim. Please state your name and media outlet before asking your question. Veuillez mentionner votre nom et votre bureau de presse avant de poser votre question. Please go ahead. Allez-y.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, I'm Tim Petrick from Castanet. I have my first question is about after the initial storm on the 14th and the 15th, there was talk about an atmospheric river ranking system, and then that kind of went away. And I'm wondering if you could speak to what happened there. I know that people from Environment Canada were quoted saying that this was in the works and it would roll out in January, and now that is off the table. So could you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. There's definitely murmurs of those of the rating system that we've been working with other international agencies and other folks, including Emergency Management BC. But the simple matter is that it's not ready. It needs to be vetted. It needs to go through due process so that we don't release anything too early. And that's, of course, the scientific process that we take very seriously at Environment Canada. What's also really important to consider is that not much would have changed if a rating system had been implemented, ahead of this very active storm cycle, dating back to September, because our weather warnings speak to the precipitation. We speak to the vernacular of atmospheric rivers.
And we are listening there to Armel Castellan. He is a meteorologist with Environment Canada, and we were getting an update there from the situation in BC. And the rundown on CBC News Network starts right now. Another case of the new coronavirus variant confirmed in Canada. Alberta records its first infection of the Omicron variant of COVID-19. We're expecting an update out of Edmonton that's underway right now, as you can see, and we'll take you there now.
I are closely monitoring the developments around the Omicron variant. And as we committed, we will continue to keep Albertans updated with any new developments. This is why today, in the interest of transparency, I'm reporting that we have now one confirmed case of the Omicron variant in Alberta. This case has been confirmed in a returning traveler from Nigeria and the Netherlands. The individual tested positive while asymptomatic, and I can confirm that this individual has not left quarantine since their arrival from international travel. We have notified the individual and their household, and all necessary measures are in place to prevent transmission. I would like to remind all Albertans that neither this individual nor their household members have done anything wrong. From previous variants and spread, we have at times seen stigma or criticism directed towards individuals or groups. I encourage all Albertans to show empathy to this household and any others who may eventually be identified with the Omicron variant. While it is important that we all continue to be vigilant in the face of COVID-19, to protect ourselves and others, I don't want Albertans to be alarmed. As I mentioned yesterday, we anticipated the arrival of this variant in the province eventually, based on what we have seen with previous strains of COVID-19. We are well prepared for this eventuality and have the necessary tools in place to monitor this case and any potential spread of the variant. As I have mentioned, our goal is to delay the spread of Omicron while we learn more about it. At this time, this is the only confirmed case of Omicron in the province. There are federal requirements currently in place, including a mandate that anyone who has arrived in Canada from South Africa, Eswatini, Lesotho, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Namibia in the last 14 days is required to immediately have a COVID test and to quarantine at home for 14 days following their arrival. All of these travelers already in Alberta were contacted over the weekend with information on current protocols, including testing and quarantine requirements. These travelers and their households have also been offered household rapid testing kits in addition to PCR testing requirements. Going forward, any Canadian citizens or permanent residents who return after the travel ban must get a molecular test in their connecting country and then an arrival test upon landing in Canada. Per the federal requirements, while awaiting test results, they will be required to stay at a designated hotel. If the test is negative, they can leave the hotel, but will face a mandatory 14-day quarantine at home and testing again on day 8 after returning. We will continue to monitor any new advice coming from the federal government and adjust our approach as needed. I also want to emphasize that we should not stigmatize countries where new variants are identified, as these are simply the countries where we know about transmission. For this reason, when we identify a case in a returning international traveler from any country, we will do a full case investigation, contact tracing and notification, offer PCR testing for all close contacts, and make rapid testing available for households and in some specific settings such as schools and childcare. With the emergence of this new COVID-19, these steps have worked before, and we anticipate they will continue to work with this new variant. First and foremost, having a complete vaccine series is the best defense we have against COVID-19.
Holiday season is upon us. I totally get that. And the best way to preserve those opportunities and to ensure that we can all celebrate is by following the advice that we get from our public health care experts and by putting in place the measures that are necessary to keep us all safe.
Okay, I know you've got to go. I've only got a minute with you left, but I do want to ask you, most Canadians who do travel are traveling from the United States. And right now, the measures you've announced do not require arrival testing to those coming from the United States. Do you anticipate that will change? Because as I understand it, the reason that there isn't arrival testing at this point is more a capacity issue, the capacity to do those PCR tests on arrival. Do you anticipate that that will change in the coming days or weeks?
Well, I just want to make it abundantly clear to your viewers and all Canadians that we will spare no expense when it comes to putting in place the resources that are necessary to protect Canadians, whether it's at our borders or working in conjunction with our provincial and territorial partners. And so that I just want to be absolutely clear about. But I also want to say that when it comes to taking the decisions that are necessary at the border, that we continue to receive advice in real time from our public health care experts. We're working very closely with our American counterparts on the issue of the movement of people across the borders, in particular around the border towns. But we have to place the health and safety of Canadians as our paramount concerns. And equally, we want to preserve and protect all of the progress that we have made, which is in large part
Minister, I'm just going to jump in on you. I know I said it was the last question, but I've got to ask, could arrival testing come to those crossing the land border from the United States? Is that potentially on the table?
Well, I just want to clarify that we do have already in place mandatory randomized testing for some who come at the land ports of entry as a way of protection. But we will continue to follow the advice that we get from our public health care experts, and we will do that to protect the progress that we have made with regards to managing this pandemic.
All right. Minister Mendicino, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. A busy evening for you, I know.
Thank you very much.
So will these new measures be effective against the Omicron variant? We're going to talk to Dr. David Naylor, who is co-chair of Canada's Immunity Task Force and also a professor and president emeritus at the University of Toronto. Dr. Naylor, as we hear about, I'm going to try to parcel off the different pieces here and talk to you about that. First, let's talk about the new countries that are being added to the travel ban list. So Egypt, Malawi, and Nigeria. Canadian citizens coming back must be allowed back in. That's the way the laws of the land work. But foreign nationals traveling to Canada from those countries or who have been in those countries in the last 2 weeks, as well as the 7 countries that were previously announced, there is a ban in place. Bans have been criticized by some. From your perspective, are they helpful?
They may be helpful for the very short term only, David. They certainly lose a lot of friends. I look at the list of countries, and Nigeria had a travel ban against South Africa until October 14th. That's going to be forgotten pretty quickly now. You're going to see a pretty strong Pan-African backlash against this ban. So that's part of the reality. Why do I have mixed feelings about them? In general, this virus, like other variants, is going to spread pretty quickly. So you may buy a little time by targeting a few countries, but what really matters is the efficiency and effectiveness of your broader border measures. In that sense, the other measures announced today make some sense. You can toggle those measures a bit to focus on a few areas of higher concern. So that's baked into the idea that there would be more official quarantine rather than going to off-site, that you would be under supervision, as it were, for the 10 countries. And that kind of measure, together with more testing, might be more palatable and more in the spirit of the global nature of the fight against COVID-19.
Let's go through, you allude to some of the other measures that are being talked about. So arrivals testing is one for, it will in short order be all travelers except for those coming back from the United States. We don't have all the practicalities of it straightened away just yet, but essentially you land at an airport, you come through a land border crossing, and you got to get a test on arrival, a test the government will pay for. Your thoughts on implementing that now?
I think it's important to go ahead with testing of everybody. I think that's the right way forward. I think the pre-departure or pre-arrival testing, sustaining that is sensible and appropriate. And I think we're going to have to really be on our A game in terms of getting this implemented quickly. The reality, David, is that there's been traffic from those countries into Canada for some number of weeks until now. So it's unclear, just how much quiet community spread may already have seeded. Mm-hmm. But the broad testing is appropriate because, as many have noticed, these cases are popping up all over the place. It's just a matter of time until there is community transmission. We're no longer able to link them to travel. That's the way these variants go. So all these measures are in many ways an effort to buy time so we can get better prepared and above all, learn a lot more about this variant because Omicron is still in many ways a mystery. There's a lot we don't know about this particular variant.
Yeah, and I take your point. 2 weeks ago, nobody knew about this thing, and now we're fixated on it. So let me ask you, you said earlier that Omicron, this variant, as variants go, will eventually be dominant. How do we know that?
I said it will spread widely.
Excuse me.
The question of dominance depends on infectivity.
Okay.
So let's go back to the questions of where we end up with these variants. The things you watch for are infectivity. And if this particular variant is more infective than Delta, then it will, in fact, become dominant over time. We don't know that yet, although it's suspicious looking at the data from South Africa. But of course, what also matters is virulence. And so if someone is infected, how sick do they get? That's still unclear. And then the thing that links them both, David, is response to immune measures. So think of this on a sort of spectrum, where at one end you have people who are unvaccinated, have never been infected. What's the vulnerability there? Probably high. Then people who have been infected but not vaccinated, tragically common in lesser resource countries. How do they fare? And the data from South Africa suggests that many of them are getting infected. And then we turn from there to look at the individuals who've been fully vaccinated with effective vaccines. How many breakthroughs are occurring? And you're back to a matrix here where one thing to be infected, but we've often seen that these vaccines may not be as effective at preventing infection, but they're really good at preventing serious disease. So the real gold standard here in many ways is, do the vaccines prevent serious disease, hospitalization, ICU admissions, and deaths? If that happens, if they're still holding up, then we'll be in a much better position to deal with this variant. But there is considerable concern about reduced immune protection against this particular variant. And that's what everyone is watching. That's why there is such a strong reaction given the number of mutations in the spike protein of this variant.
We've got about a minute left with you, Dr. Naylor. About 87% of Canadian adults are fully vaccinated. A number of them are planning to go away, to get on airplanes over the holiday season, coming up about not even a month from now.
Yeah.
What would you suggest they start thinking about?
I can simply tell you, David, that I won't be getting on any airplanes to go anywhere right now. This is a pretty difficult time to be zooming out and about in the world. Obviously, people will need to be cautious over the whole of the holiday period. Gatherings need to be done with people who are part of your bubble. I think we need to be on a sort of precautionary principle throughout the next month or so until we know more about this particular variant. And for the rest, very important to follow all the sensible measures, no matter where you are. Mask effectively. Wear a medical mask with a cloth mask over, or get a good N95 respirator or its equivalent. Make sure you keep your social distance if you can when you're outside with strangers. Avoid spaces that aren't well ventilated. Keep your ventilation in good shape if you're indoors. All the usual measures. They still work. They're going to work against this variant. And just be on your guard for the next few weeks. No need for panic, but cause for concern and caution in the weeks ahead until we know more.
Dr. Naylor, as always, very good to get your thoughts. Thank you.
A pleasure, sir.
British Columbia remains in a state of emergency as yet more rain falls on communities that are already dealing with severe flooding. An update on the situation in BC. That's next.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Say bonjour to another world of winter in Quebec, where festive spirits last day and night. A place with joie de vivre like nowhere else. So wherever bonjour takes you, go.
It's the Best Buy Cyber Monday sale. Save over 50% on this 5-liter Insignia air fryer at Best Buy.
You are a baker, a one-handed egg cracker, wicked whisker, cake maker, shaker, taster, and an incredible icer. Because when it comes to baking, the magic's in the making. Robin Hood.
Well, it's been a little more than 2 weeks since the big flood that hit British Columbia, and now a third severe storm to hit since the floods is striking in the southwest of the province. It has, of course, caused devastating flooding, mudslides, and BC remains in a state of emergency. Let's go to the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich, who is outside in Abbotsford, BC. The rain falling again. New evacuation orders tonight. Olivia, can you take us through some of the latest?
David, it's raining lightly now in Sumas Prairie where I am in Abbotsford, but the current is picking up from the floodwaters. It's all coming from a nearby blueberry field behind me. The ground is so saturated that all this water that we've been getting over the last few days is just overflowing on this roadway. I've been using these pylons I want to show you as a marker. When we got here a couple hours ago, there was no water on this part of the roadway, but as you can see, it's starting to crest over. And the fear really is that this will all come over and flood the Trans-Canada Highway, which is right beside us. This is shut down to the public. It's been shut down since Sunday night between Abbotsford and Chilliwack because of the threat of flooding. And there are new evacuation orders to tell you about because of these floodwaters that are rising, David. Just north of where I am in Abbotsford, there is an evacuation order for some residents there. There's an evacuation order here in Sumas Prairie, and as well just east of here in Hatsick Island for residents there. Now, the mayor of Abbotsford, Henry Braun, he gave another update today, and he expressed cautious optimism about all of this. He says despite the 100 millimeters of rain that we are expecting over the next 2 days in the Fraser Valley, he says that water levels are actually decreasing, especially in the area of where the former Sumas Lake is. That's an area where it's the lowest in this part of the Sumas Prairie, and it was drained about a century ago to make room for farmland here. He says the water levels have dropped about 15 centimeters despite all this rain, and he's hopeful that repairs that have been made to the dike here to hold back the swollen Sumas River, that they will hold. The big question is what will happen with the Nooksack River? That's in Washington State. The water flows into this part of British Columbia, and it caused this major flood 2 weeks ago. The mayor is hopeful that this water won't overflow into this part of BC, but everyone is now just watching and waiting to see really what will happen, David.
Yeah, I imagine so. And even if it is sort of the best case scenario and there isn't any significant additional flooding, Olivia, of course, so much destruction in parts of that province, places where people won't be going home for potentially months, can't even get to their homes.
Yeah. That's right. There are hundreds of homes and barns here in the Sumas Prairie that are still underwater from the last flood 2 weeks ago. The fear is that if the Nooksack overflows again, that these homes, that they won't be able to drain the water for not just weeks, but perhaps months. So that's how long it could take, David. Now, there is another highway closure I want to tell you about, just, of course, north of this area of the Fraser Valley. It's Highway 99 between Pemberton and Lillooet. It's closed because a couple of weeks ago, there was a landslide that killed 5 people, and nobody wants to see any more of these tragedies. The message from the BC's Public Safety Minister, Mike Farnworth, is to be prepared and to not travel if it's not essential, to wait out the weather. And everyone here is just hoping, of course, that all the precautions that they've been taking, all the repairs will hold up. Now we're just all waiting to see what will happen and just hoping for the best, David.
All right, Olivia Stefanovich on the Sumas Prairie just outside of Abbotsford. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Donald Trump's effort to stop the release of documents from his White House is now before an appeals court. The former president's lawyers argue those records from January 6th, you'll remember that day, they're arguing they can't be handed over to those investigating the Capitol Hill riots. And if the judge's comments are any indication, Trump may be poised to lose that fight. CBC's Paul Hunter is in Washington. Paul, take us through the case that Trump's lawyers presented.
Yeah, well, in a sense, David, it's the same case they've been making all along in this debate, which is that Trump's documents are protected by executive privilege because he was president at the time on January 6th. No one debates that there might be instances when a former president's private documents are indeed best kept out of the public eye. The question here is, who makes the call on that? As one of the judges put it today, executive privilege is meant to protect the country, not any individual former president. The panel underlined they've actually got a pretty straightforward question to answer on this. I got some audio for you, David, from the hearing. Let's give a quick listen.
This all boils down to who decides when it's in the best interest of the United States to disclose presidential records. Is it the current occupant of the White House or the former, who does have some interest in the confidentiality of the documents?
The general legal and constitutional consensus is that the answer is it's only the current occupant of the White House. And the judges today seem to signal they agree with that. In this case, Joe Biden has made clear he does not oppose the release of Trump's documents. There are some 700 documents in play here, David. Currently, they are held at the U.S. National Archives, all on aspects of how things went down January 6th. Documents that might reveal what, if any, role Trump privately played in the riots that day. White House phone records, visitor logs, presidential diaries, early notes about any of the public remarks or speeches he made on that day. Tons of stuff that could shed light for committee members who want to make legislation to prevent repeats of that kind of rioting in the future. At one point today, Trump's lawyers suggested each of the 700 documents should be examined and assessed individually on whether Trump's privilege still applies, even though he's no longer in office. On that, the judges said effectively no.
When do we hear from the judges again about an actual decision on whether the public can see these documents?
Well, soon is the guesswork, because everyone presumes that whatever the ruling is, it'll be appealed to the Supreme Court, and certainly Democrats want the whole process to go quickly. Their view is that the Trump team just wants to delay on this so that maybe this can get punted past the midterms next year, because everyone expects the Republicans to regain control of Capitol Hill next November. And if that happens before the committee's work is done, before they get to see Trump's documents, the committee itself would likely be disbanded and the request for those docs would disappear along with it. Presto, changeo, gone. So pressure's on to expedite at every step, including a decision from today's hearing. Meanwhile, David, just quickly worth noting, Trump's then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows today agreed to cooperate and testify before the committee. Big news in many ways. He was as inner circle as they get at the time, and he'd been resisting his subpoena on this, but it's still unclear how far he'll go with whatever questions he chooses to answer. So step by step, theoretically, they're getting closer.
Something to watch for. Paul Hunter, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Federal government and the Canadian Armed Forces will apologize to victims of sexual misconduct in the military. But what steps need to follow that? Primetime panel, talking about that next.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Cleopatra was the most powerful woman in Egypt. But watching Prime Video, she realized rulers could give back. So she ordered some gifts with Prime. Prime changes everything.
'Cause I'm free, baby, I'm free, baby, I'm free, baby. Love troubles because I'm free, baby, I'm free, baby, I'm free, baby. 'Cause I'm free, baby, I'm free, baby, I'm free, baby. Love troubles because
Find your happy places all around you with the American Express Aeroplan Reserve Cards. Don't do business without it. Don't live life without it.
Baby's skin is absorbent. Her skin can actually soak up wetness her diaper doesn't.
That's why Pampers has lock-away channels that lock wetness away to help keep baby's skin dry and healthy. Pampers, most recommended brand by Canadian pediatricians.
You're definitely changing lives.
Meet Manjeet Minhas, one of Canada's top entrepreneurs.
Not all entrepreneurs need to become $10 million companies.
This fall, she's leading the Dream Team.
It's bringing in experts to empower your tomorrow.
As they help Canadian entrepreneurs facing barriers and inspire them to achieve their dreams.
Who doesn't want to leave a better place for their children?
affiliation.
Get your thrill on. New players get a $30 sign-up bonus to play casino games. Get the all-new OLG app today. Sign up at olg.ca now.
Your face. Mom just saw me in makeup. Mom and I are never gonna talk again, are we?
Live your life.
You will marry a boy I choose. I won't give up until I found my Lata's suitable boy.
When news breaks across Canada or around the world, this is the place to be. For what it all means for you. Canada's nightly newscast, The National.
My name is Tyrone McCorster-Chokin. I'm going to be opening up my first barbershop out in Selkirk, Manitoba. It's not work, it's art. I look at it as an art form. It's something that I look forward to doing. It's something that I can get up and be like, I'm going to go have fun.
Growing up, we didn't have anybody.
That guy is just like us.
Who is that guy?
He has the same stories like us.
There's fans, and then there's a super fan.
Don't miss Super Fan, the Nabbatya story. The Buzzer. It's what you need to know right now in the world of sports. A quick daily rundown of the stories that matter to Canadians. Subscribe at cbcsports.ca/thebuzzer and get up to speed today.
And that is all for us tonight on Power and Politics. But just to recap some of the developments today, we now know that testing is returning for travelers coming back into Canada, landing here from anywhere other than the United States, though it's possible that PCR testing will also be required for those at some point coming from the United States. A lot up in the air right now with the Omicron variant, but the federal government deciding that testing will be required and quarantine will be required for people coming from 10 specific countries, all of them right now, from Africa. And so lots of questions for those who are considering what to do as the holiday season approaches, visiting family and other things like that. Much more on our website, cbcnews.ca. Janelle Massa coming up next.
Hello, Canada. I'm Janelle Massa. New restrictions for travelers arriving to Canada as more cases of the Omicron variant appear. But how big of a danger does it really pose? That's what we're talking about in Canada tonight.
I think this virus caught us by surprise. This is one that was mutating somewhere outside of the areas where we normally sequence viruses and have some idea of what's going on.
Our medical contributor will break down the best approach to handling the Omicron variant. Also making landfall, a third intense storm in British Columbia.
We're only into, the first 10 hours of this next storm. If it lasts the next 2 days, I think we're going to be into the same situation we were before.
We'll hear from a dairy farmer who had to make some difficult decisions about his animals as those flood levels rose. And later tonight, we'll examine the latest measures to stop robocallers from spamming your phone.
What we'll do would be able to authenticate when you're receiving outbound calls. So if you receive a call from someone who could potentially be a spammer, you'll be able to see and determine whether or not it's fake.
A new law should help cut down on unwanted calls, but we'll hear why it may not be a catch-all solution. Well, as more and more cases of the Omicron variant are confirmed in Canada and abroad, the government has announced some major changes. And CBC's Karina Roman is tracking that for us from Ottawa. She joins us now. Karina, walk us through some of these changes because things are happening so quickly here.
So one of the announcements, let's start with the 3 countries that have now been added to the travel ban list that was initially announced on Friday. Nigeria, Malawi, and Egypt have now been added to that travel ban list in terms of basically foreign nationals from those countries cannot come to Canada. In terms of Canadians or permanent residents coming from those countries, there's now restrictions for them as well in terms of they have to get tested in a third country, in other words, not in a country on that banned list before coming to Canada. And when they come to Canada, they then have to get tested on arrival. And for vaccinated Canadians, that means that they get tested and go into a quarantine facility until that test comes back negative. For unvaccinated people, it would mean that they have to stay in that quarantine facility for 14 days, getting tested again on the 8th day, as has already been in place. So that's the first change in terms of this addition of these 3 countries. That will likely go into effect tomorrow, says Minister Jean-Yves Duclos. The other big change is for travelers, all travelers coming to Canada, other than those coming from the U.S. They now have to get tested on arrival and then go and isolate at home if they're vaccinated until that test comes back negative. If they're unvaccinated, they have to isolate at home for the 14 days and also get that test on the 8th day. So that's a big change for Canadians coming back to Canada, or permanent residents or other travelers, in terms of having now get tested on arrival and wait for that positive test before they can move, wait for that negative test before they can move around. Now, in terms of how long that will take until it actually goes into effect, that may be a few days. And this is exactly what Jean-Yves Duclos, the health minister, talked about earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
For the testing procedures, testing vaccinated and unvaccinated air travelers entering into Canada, that will be done as quickly and as much as possible over the next few days. Now, obviously, no, that can't take place immediately everywhere at the same speed, but we have full confidence in the system, and in particular in our collaboration with provinces and territories.
It really comes down to building capacity to be able to test that many more people upon arrival beyond the random tests that they had been doing up until this point. And speaking of capacity, they also announced today that they're working with the provinces and territories to figure out if they could build capacity and expand this arrival testing to include all travelers, including those coming from the U.S., if it's deemed necessary going forward. And finally, they also announced that they've asked NACI, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, to come up with updated directives on the usage of booster shots.
So, Karina, a pretty massive change there now. Canada requiring essentially any traveler, regardless of vaccination status, regardless where they're coming from, having to be tested on arrival in Canada, and those unvaccinated people having to wait, quarantine and wait for those results. But at the same time as that's happening, they're still singling out these 3 countries. What's the rationale behind that?
Well, in terms of the change for the 3 countries, the rationale is that it's not about, you know, the danger of those countries or the nationality or the geography. It's really about the capacity for those countries to have a good surveillance program. And Dr. Theresa Tam talked about how, you know, the reports we've had have all come from countries where the people have traveled to, but we actually haven't had reports of cases from the countries themselves. And she says that is a big sign for their capacity in terms of surveillance. Here's what she had to say.
And this tells us that there may be some uncertainty in the country's overall epidemiologic situation and their ability to detect and respond. These countries also have very low vaccine coverage. We have this post-arrival testing, and from that, we could detect that there's been a rise in positivity rate, for example, from Egypt and from Nigeria.
So that's why we really made the choice of these countries, these 3 today and the 7 on Friday. In addition, in terms of the decision about testing and now having all people coming to Canada getting tested unless they're coming from the U.S., that really comes down to science and experts saying that this is a really good way of slowing down, if not stopping, of course, it coming in. We know it's already here in Canada, but in terms of the new variant, slowing it down and trying to control it. And checking not only then who gets it, but then making sure those people are quarantining. So that's part of the rationale. The provinces certainly have been pushing for additional testing at the borders. So it certainly would appease the provinces as well. In terms of the request to have NACI look into and give new directives on the boosters, NACI's been sort of silent on this compared to the U.S. and Europe. Now you have Duclos, the health minister, saying, well, you know, Canadians are asking about boosters, and as well, they are seeing this Omicron variant, and therefore, you know, it's timely to get a verdict really on whether boosters should go forward or not. Although I should mention that many provinces are thinking and going ahead with it without waiting for NACI.
All right, CBC's Karina Roman in Ottawa. Thanks, Karina. And Alberta is the latest Canadian province to confirm an Omicron case.
I'm reporting that we have now one confirmed case of the Omicron variant in Alberta.
That takes the total tally of cases in the country to 7. Quebec and BC each have 1 case. Ontario has 4 confirmed infections of the Omicron variant. All right, let's bring in Canada Tonight's medical contributor, Dr. Samir Gupta in Toronto. Hi, Dr. Gupta.
Hey, Janelle.
So lots of talk and chatter about this variant, but really there's so much that we don't know. We mentioned there are 7 cases in Canada and hundreds under isolation and observation. Should we be concerned that Omicron has made its way into this country, or was that just inevitable?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was inevitable. Should we be concerned? Yes. Should we be panicking? No. Now is a time for patience. We're going to have more information in a week or two. Time and time again, we've seen in this pandemic when we've tried to make predictions, even the best experts in the world, often they've been wrong, and the data has proven them wrong. Let's wait for the data. You're going to hear a lot of stuff in the next couple of weeks. Most of that is conjecture. Let's wait for the information. And people should keep in mind that there really are 3 factors that matter in terms of whether a variant like this will become important, whether it'll become problematic. The first is it more transmissible? We're hearing that it's becoming very common in South Africa, seems to suggest it's very transmissible, but remember, that's a 70% or so unvaccinated country. It's conceivable that this happened through chains of transmission, perhaps a super spreader event and chains, sort of riding chains of transmission, and then the sample that was tested happened to have a lot of this virus. So we don't know that for sure, that it's more transmissible. The second piece is, does it make you more sick? Is it more aggressive as an infection as Delta was? Again, we don't know that. We're hearing that many people who've gotten it have had mild disease, but that's not all that informative because many people who get COVID, most people who get it have mild disease. People in that part of the world are also younger. They're less likely to have severe disease. So again, only time will tell. Hospitalizations happen a couple of weeks after infection, so we need to wait to see if we see that signal. The last piece, really important, and people are worried about naturally, does it evade the immunity that we have from vaccination? Very important question. Reason it's coming up is that most of the mutations, 30+ mutations, are in the spike protein of the virus. That spike protein is what we've designed our vaccines against. So will they still recognize it? Will they still protect? Very likely still good protection, I would think, but...
Any list of travel bans. What do you make of this sort of discrepancy around bans, and are they even necessary?
Yeah, lots of controversy. And if you look at some of the studies, so let's take infectious diseases and with COVID, studies suggest that the bans out of traveling outside of Wuhan early on may have bought China a few days, probably bought the rest of the world a few weeks. So there's a benefit if you know where it originated in putting in traveling bans in terms of just buying yourself time. We know it'll get through because these bans are never absolute. We talked about foreign nationals can't get in, but Canadians who are in those parts of the world can get in. Of course they can bring the virus. People can go through a third country and we wouldn't know it and they can still come here. So there's all sorts of ways the virus gets in. But the first thing is you have to know where it originated. And to your point, South Africa has been very good with identifying it, and they've been very transparent about letting the world know, sounding the alarm. Turns out it was in the Netherlands, perhaps even before South Africa. So we don't actually know where it originated. We only have an idea of where it might be more prevalent right now. So right away, that's problematic. In terms of the long-term pandemic, getting out of this pandemic long term, the next time there's a new variant, that group of scientists, public health experts, will they be as open? Seeing how punitive this has been for that part of the world. So from all those points of view, it makes much more sense to just test everyone as they come in. We don't know where this is going to come from. I think vaccinated or not should be tested on arrival and should quarantine and have another test at day 7 or 8. And it should be a hard quarantine, not go home and we hope you stay home. It should be a hotel quarantine until we know more about this variant.
All right, Canada Science medical contributor Dr. Samir Gupta in Toronto. Thanks, doctor.
Pleasure.
Well, new travel measures that have come into effect today that require anyone over the age of 12 getting on a plane or train to be vaccinated, and that's barring certain exceptions.
I know it's a little bit annoying, but it's fine. I understand that this is for our safety, so I'm okay with that.
The changes came into effect on October 30th, but there was a transition period in which unvaccinated travelers could show a negative COVID-19 test, but that is no longer the case. People with valid medical conditions are among those exempted, but in hard-hit Abbotsford, officials are optimistic that enough has been done to minimize more damage.
I'm confident that we have done all that we can do to keep our community safe as we go through this final weather event for this week anyway.
Recent modeling shows the overall flood situation in Abbotsford should be stable over the next couple of days. Elsewhere, the government is monitoring the highways, ready to close them if they are deemed.
So quickly 2 weeks ago, so much devastation in this area where I am in Sumas Prairie in Abbotsford. In fact, many homes and barns are still submerged in water, Janella. And the concern now is that this rain that we're experiencing in Abbotsford, this 90 to 100 millimeters of rain that we're expected to get by end of day tomorrow, that it will cause more devastation. There are new evacuation orders to tell you about this evening. In fact, there's an evacuation order for some Abbotsford residents just north of where I am in the Sumas Prairie, just across the highway here, which has been shut down, the Trans-Canada Highway between Abbotsford and Chilliwack. There's also a new evacuation order for residents of Hatsick Island. And of course, this area of Sumas Prairie is under an evacuation order. Some residents coming by just to check on their property, but with all this rain falling, police are just monitoring the area and making sure that people stay safe. I was speaking to one farmer earlier, Janella, who told me that one of the roads here, Angus Campbell Road, it was under about a feet of water around lunchtime, and now the water has risen to about waist deep. So that's how high the water is rising. The mayor, of course, Henry Braun, he believes that repairs that have been made to the dike here will hold, but the concern is what will happen with the Nooksack River. That's the river that flows from Washington State into this part of BC. It caused the devastation last time, and everyone is hoping that those floodwaters will stay away this time, Janella.
And Olivia, you have been speaking with residents about their experiences. What else are you hearing from them?
Well, the big concern right now is that they want to save what they have left. They don't want to see a repeat of what happened 2 weeks ago when those floodwaters just started crashing in here so quickly that some people didn't have time to prepare. In fact, I spoke to the CEO and masters are parts of the province that we really have not spoken about much in the last 2 weeks, particularly the central coast of BC and really the west coast of Vancouver Island. Those are two areas of particular concern right now for authorities. I have a map, and I want to put it up just so you can get a sense of the lay of the land as I walk you through this. The Central Coast, when I talk about that, we're talking really about the area of Bella Coola. It is inland from the coast, but it is expected to get as much potentially as 200 millimeters by tomorrow evening. And this is an area that is very picturesque, a valley surrounded by mountains. It is rich with wildlife and First Nations history. Another area of concern that has been brought up a couple times now is Howe Sound. And when we talk about Howe Sound, we're talking about Squamish and Pemberton. Even Hope as well is expected to be getting upwards of 100 millimeters by tomorrow night. And those areas are areas that have also already received a great deal of water, but this is a significant amount expected to fall in this time. The Public Safety Minister today, Mike Farnworth, was asked about preparations that are underway for those particular areas of concern, and he used the word assets when describing machinery and personnel.
event is ending. So melting snow runoff, and the fact, Janella, that this is a cumulative event. We've had less than 24 hours in between. It has been truly relentless.
And Joe, we've been watching these parade of storms. This is the last of those three. But what happens next after this storm passes? Is BC going to get a break from all of this rain?
We finally get a much needed break. After this atmospheric river sinks south, it's actually going to hop over the Rockies into Alberta, bringing strong winds. But after tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, looking dry for the whole province. It's really the 48 hours we needed for water levels to get a chance to recede. And then this weekend, we have more showers in the forecast Saturday, Sunday, Monday, but Janella, not connected to an atmospheric river. Just a west to east shower story, which we can definitely deal with since it's not one of these intense streams. But today is the last day of the month, Janella, and just looking at some of the stations, Vancouver, Abbotsford, Tofino, this is the wettest month ever on record. It has been just storm after storm. So luckily, a break for quite some time.
All right, some good news there. CBC senior meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff in North Vancouver. Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
Our next guest has been following that forecast closely. Steve Verdonk is a dairy farmer who evacuated his farm between Chilliwack and Abbotsford over 2 weeks ago. 69 of his cows had to be euthanized to avoid them from drowning in floodwater. The basement of his home also flooded. He and his wife and daughter are staying with friends now in Chilliwack. That's where he joins me from. Hi, Steve. Steve, this must be extremely devastating for you. How are you and your family holding up? How are you feeling?
It's so surreal. We're a family farm. You raise those animals from when they're babies to the milking herd. And yeah, it's not gonna lie, it's been tough.
Yeah, I understand you were able to save 6 calves, but as we mentioned, most of those cows had to be euthanized. And you, despite your experience in that area, you say you couldn't do it. You just couldn't do it yourself, and you had to have other folks help you with that.
Yeah, I have a stock removal company as well, and I've 13 years working in abattoirs. But when it comes to time for my cows, I pulled the gun up and I just couldn't do it. And a good friend, they took the gun away and said, "Steve, you need to leave. This is something no farmer should have to do."
Oh, that's got to be so difficult and heartbreaking. And then on top of that, not just your animals, but your property as well. You haven't been able to go to your property for the last 2 days because of the rain. We were talking about that third storm. How concerned are you about that?
I was talking to some of my neighbors, and Cal has 200 acres of carrots yet to harvest, and my other neighbor, Dave Cack, he's got 60 acres of Brussels sprouts that were start coming off this week to put in the stores, right, for Christmas, and we're all in the same boat right now. It's just there's nothing you can do. The weather, it's taking it out of your hands.
Yeah, yesterday we were speaking with a blueberry farmer about the devastating impact to her family farm and the reality that it is going to take a very long time to recover a lot of money. They don't know if they ever will recover. And I'm curious if those are conversations that you have about your farm with friends, about their situation. Are you concerned about the future of your family business?
Yeah, absolutely. But our dairy community, we're strong. And, there was people moving cows that we were trying to save out of the barn. I don't know who half of them were. I hope I get to shake their hand one day and thank them. But our farming community, dairy community, we're looking after each other right now. People have cows on their farm from the valley. They're just making room. And with the heat we had this summer, man, to make feed was tough. So everybody is stretching thin.
Right. And as you say, the kindness of strangers has also been exposed through all of this difficulty and devastation. There is hope, and seeing that selflessness. we're talking about your farm, but also your home is underwater, and I guess you're not sure exactly how bad it is.
Yeah, I was able to get in there 3 days ago. So there was down to about 3 feet in the basement. But that water that has cow manure, chicken manure, pig manure, there's carcasses of animals on farms and chicken farms that we haven't been able to get to yet. And all that is in that water as well. So what's going to happen with these houses after? That's not my field. I like looking after my cows.
Right. Steve, we wish you and your family the best. We know this is incredibly difficult for you, for your family, for your business and your livelihood. And there's still so many questions that we don't even know we need to ask yet because the storm isn't over in the metaphorical sense of being able to survey the damage. So we are thinking of you and wishing you all the best as you head into these challenging weeks. Steve Verdonk is a Fraser Valley dairy farmer. He had to euthanize more than 60 of his cows because otherwise they would have drowned in the floodwater. Steve, thanks so much for your time. Well, still to come, we take you to Barbados as the country celebrates becoming the world's youngest republic.
Godspeed, Barbados. May your journey be long, fruitful, and bright.
We'll show you more from the celebrations on the island nation. Stay here on Canada Tonight.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Welcome to the Rock if you come from away.
Come From Away, the best musical winner all around the world, is welcoming audiences back to the heart of the remarkable true story. Middle of nowhere, one small town showed the world that the kindness of strangers can bring us closer together. Come back together at Come From Away, reopening December 15th at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time. You can provide a meal and a warm welcome for just $4.25 at the Scott Mission. It's right there in front of you. Fill someone with hope this Christmas.
Say bonjour to another world of winter in Quebec, where festive spirits last day and night. A place with joie de vivre like nowhere else. So wherever bonjour takes you, go. Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
It's the Best Buy Cyber Monday sale. Save $50 on these Samsung Galaxy Buds, only $139.99 at Best Buy.
You're definitely changing lives.
Meet Manjeet Minhas, one of Canada's top entrepreneurs.
Not all entrepreneurs need to become $10 million companies.
This fall, she's leading the Dream Team.
It's bringing in experts to empower your tomorrow.
As they help Canadian entrepreneurs facing barriers and inspire them to achieve their dreams.
Who doesn't want to leave a better place for their children?
That is totally achievable.
Yay! Let's do some magic together. Stream all episodes of The Dream Team today, a series by IG Wealth Management.
You are a baker, a one-handed egg cracker, wicked whisker, cake maker, shaker, taster, and an incredible icer. Because when it comes to baking, the magic's in the making. Robin Hood.
Are you protected?
Do you have flood insurance?
No, we do not.
No. When the waters rise.
This area is a floodplain. Did you know that?
Investigating insurance companies, climate change, and the fine print. You can't afford to miss this marketplace.
Come, guys, dragons!
These dragons
Did you just take your bra?
are open for business.
Now let me tell you what I think you've done right. So what do you have to say to the offer?
Let the deal-making begin.
All air travelers coming from outside Canada, apart from the United States, will now need to be tested at the airport in which they are landing in Canada, whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated. They will then need to isolate themselves until they get the result of their test.
Recapping our pact. The Canadian Medical Association says delayed or missed health care services due to the pandemic may have contributed to more than 4,000 deaths. Data shows there was a 70% jump in opioid-related deaths, and more than half of Canadians living with chronic diseases say they had difficulty accessing care last year. In the U.S., CNN anchor Chris Cuomo has been suspended indefinitely by the network. That news coming after documents revealed the extent to which he helped his older brother, Andrew Cuomo, as the latter faced sex abuse allegations. Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, resigned in August after prosecutors said he had harassed staff. New documents released by the state's attorney general show Chris Cuomo insisted he play a large role in his older brother's defense. Barbados has become the world's youngest republic. After nearly 400 years, it's leaving behind one of the defining vestiges of colonialism, pledging allegiance to the British crown. And as CBC's Thomas Dagler reports, a well-known Barbadian pop star was among the dignitaries attending the celebrations in the capital, Bridgetown.
Well, this is the National Honors Ceremony here in Bridgetown, Barbados. An important moment every year in this country, but especially significant this year because the awards are being handed out in honor of the new Republic of Barbados, not in the name of Queen Elizabeth. Perhaps the most significant award today, certainly the one that got the biggest reaction from the crowd here, going to Rihanna, the global pop superstar and entrepreneur from Barbados. She told the crowd that she will be a Bajan till the day she dies.
This is a day that I would never, ever forget. It's also a day that I never saw coming. Barbadians are proud people, you know? We are probably the proudest people I know. And no matter where I go in the world, I take that pride with me. No matter where we go, the world is going to know that we Bajan to the bone.
Now, overnight, Barbados ditched Queen Elizabeth after nearly 400 years of British colonial ties on this island. Remember, it was in 1625 that the English first arrived, and British elites then from the 17th to the 19th century used African slaves for hard labor in the sugar plantations here. So for many people, this is a very meaningful moment in this country's history. And the question now is, will other Caribbean nations follow? There are still 15 countries around the world where Queen Elizabeth is the head of state. Most of them are in the Caribbean.
Barbados used to be known as Little England. Barbados was Britain's mother colony in the Caribbean. And if Little England can make that break, then it says to the others that you can do it too.
People here in Barbados feel their new status as a republic will bolster their case for reparations from the British for that slave labor imposed on Africans here from the 17th to the 19th century. They don't see this day as the end of a story, but rather a new beginning. Thomas Dagg, the CBC News, Bridgetown, Barbados.
And the Caribbean island nation wasn't alone in celebrating its rebirth. The Barbadian community in Montreal watching closely and also welcoming that change.
I cried today. I didn't think I was going to cry.
I just felt it was being discussed for so many years, such a long time, that I think eventually had to happen.
It's a new
chapter for Barbados, and it's very exciting to see that we're able to see this in our lifetime.
We will now refer to the Queen as Her Majesty. We will refer to her as the Queen of England.
It's just a matter that we're grown up now. And this is the last vestige of colonialism. It's the final chain that's being broken.
Well, that's it for us here on Canada Tonight. Thanks for joining the conversation. Stay here on CBC News Network. The National is next.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Dad, what's cytoplasm? What's the French word for backpack?
There were lots of times we didn't have the answers this past year.
When can I see my friends again?
But when it comes to what our kids need to learn, it's easy. Smaller classes, more support for kids who need it, and safer, healthier schools.
What's cytoplasm?
Good question, Chloe.
Learn more at buildingbetterschools.ca. A message from the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario.
It's the Best Buy Cyber Monday sale. Save $50 on these Samsung Galaxy Buds, only $139.99 at Best Buy.
Feeling bored? Get your thrill on. Now you can play your favorite casino games anytime, anywhere with the all-new OLG app. Sign up at olg.ca and download the app now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Cause I'm free, baby. I'm free, baby. I'm free, baby. Cause I'm free, baby. I'm free, baby. I'm free, baby. Cause I'm free, baby. I'm free, baby. I'm free, baby.
Find your happy places all around you with the American Express Aeroplan Reserve Cards. Don't do business without it. Don't live life without it.
There are moments that will never be forgotten. Now you can relive the magic of past Olympic Winter Games. From Vancouver to Pyeongchang, on the road to Beijing. Available exclusively on the Olympic Channel, only on CBC Gem.
Power and Politics, Canada's premier political news show, is your one-stop big-picture analysis on the daily issues that matter to you. From home and around the world, Power and Politics.
They were trying to build an organization.
You want me to be the boogeyman?
He told me he'd been going to participate in hate camps.
They don't care who they maim or kill.
White Hot Hate on CBC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts. As the pandemic grips the planet, scientists fight back with a vaccine.
The gloves are off and the race is on.
The inside story to save everyone on Earth.
I can't do nothing when I have the expertise.
The nature of things on CBC Gem.
Good evening, I'm Andrew Chang.
And I'm Adrienne Arsenault. Tonight, slowing the spread of the new variant. More travel bans, testing, and quarantines.
We know it's difficult for all Canadians.
But is it enough to keep Omicron at bay? And to boost or share the shots?
We can win the race, but lose the war.
The best way out of this pandemic.
More rain for battered BC.
There are homes on the verge of falling into the river, and they need help.
The final storm in a destructive series, bringing flood and avalanche warnings as well.
A Canadian held hostage 450 days in the Sahara Desert.
I felt trapped in time.
Until she took matters into her own hands.
We have nothing to lose.
Her daring escape story.
And a 6-year-old's inspiring pregame pep talk.
Legends are made every day, and you could be one of the greats.
Inspiring well beyond the locker room.
We're gonna do whatever it takes.
This is The National. Well, Canada has announced tougher measures against the Omicron variant, an expanded travel ban and expanded testing at airports.
That is the theme of the response around the world. Block Omicron at borders, but it's increasingly clear tonight the variant started spreading internationally weeks ago. Alberta and Quebec have now joined Ontario and Quebec as 4 provinces with confirmed cases of the variant, all linked to global travel so far. With the exception of those coming from the U.S., all travelers, vaccinated or not, will now be tested and asked to isolate on arrival. That could put some holiday trips on hold, but as Rafi Boudjikanian explains, it may also help hold back Omicron.
Rules have always changed over the last 20 months.
Again, new rules to tackle a new variant.
All air travelers coming from outside Canada, apart from the United States, will now need to be tested at the airport in which they are landing in Canada, whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated. They will then need to isolate themselves until they get the result of their test.
The federal government is also extending an existing travel ban for African countries to include Nigeria, Malawi, and Egypt, saying their testing isn't as strong as that of other countries with Omicron cases.
We believe that the measures that we have in place are appropriate.
All this as 2 new provinces add to the tally of confirmed Omicron cases, one in Alberta and one in BC.
We're not seeing widespread transmission of this variant in BC yet.
That's a total of 7 confirmed cases in Canada, with the results of hundreds of tests still pending. Some public health experts say playing whack-a-mole doesn't work.
It's likely already been around the world a couple of times, and so we're not quick enough with instituting travel bans, and particularly to individual countries, which probably aren't necessarily the only place where those things exist.
Expanded testing, on the other hand, could have a big impact.
The border is a fine place to do that. That being said, we also need to optimize our testing within Canada's borders as well. And so testing in schools, testing in various other places, and just maximizing our ability to get information on who is infected.
Ottawa is also in discussion with provincial and territorial health ministers on next steps, and it's asked the National Advisory Committee on Immunization for updated guidance on booster shots. Rafi Boudjikanian, CBC News, Ottawa.
Now, Canada is just one of dozens of countries with travel bans focused on Africa. But as Susan Ormiston explains, most of the countries with confirmed cases are on other continents, which throws the origins of and response to Omicron in doubt.
It's a certainty. No matter what borders close or open, COVID-19 travels and the variant has been circulating for a while. The Netherlands has found Omicron in 2 cases nearly a week before South Africa first reported it.
This person had contact with a person who had just returned from South Africa. It could also be that we cannot find the source anymore.
Omicron, with its spiky profile, has now emerged in dozens of places. Japan and Israel, which closed borders, also in France, UK, Australia, Brazil, Canada, and Germany. Omicron identified there in a man with no travel history. We fear December, January, and February and believe things will be more difficult. So with the origin in question and transmission widening, Southern Africans say travel bans singling out their countries are unjustified. South Africa now tied to Omicron, even if unfairly, says the CDC.
Identifying a virus, a new strain or a new variant doesn't mean it came from there. It just means that you put systems in place to pick it up.
Concerns now that countries monitoring a new COVID variant might be reluctant to report it first. At a U.S. briefing, the CDC director made a point of praising South Africa.
Their collaboration has allowed us to make evidence-based decisions quickly.
But there are still more unknowns than facts. How severe is the illness from the variant, and how effective will vaccines be against it? The White House is considering stricter testing for all international travelers, regardless of vaccination, and weighing a possible self-quarantine. President Biden is due to update his coronavirus strategy on Thursday. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Washington.
Omicron has starkly reminded the world about the importance of vaccines. Areas with low levels of vaccination can become breeding grounds for variants. Today, China committed 1 billion doses for Africa, but as Christine Birak explains, it will take much more global cooperation to end the pandemic.
Scientists warned us if countries didn't share vaccines with others in need, the virus would continue spreading and mutating, leading to new, unpredictable variants.
More than 80% of the world's vaccines have gone to G20 countries. Low-income countries, most of them in Africa, have received just 0.6% of all vaccines.
So while boosters and third doses are rolling out in Canada and other wealthy countries, only 1 in 4 African healthcare workers is fully vaccinated.
We understand and support every government's responsibility to protect its own people. It's natural. But vaccine equity is not charity.
To end this global pandemic, experts say it's time wealthy countries like Canada release millions of doses sitting in emergency reserves.
Canada has done a lot, and I think we need to be fair.
Canada has donated money and vaccines, but experts insist countries must support long-term production, push companies to offer up vaccine recipes along with the know-how and technology to make them.
It's like baking. You need the baker, but you need the kitchen. You need the oven, you need the ingredient, and you need the recipe.
Same goes for sharing lessons learned from testing, new treatments, and data systems for delivering doses into arms as quickly as possible.
The Omicron variant shows that we can win the race, but lose the war if new variants continue to emerge and we continue to live with this pandemic.
He adds drug companies may blame vaccine hesitancy in public health systems in low-income countries for slow rollouts, but it's not constructive. A global pandemic requires a global solution. Many are hoping this latest variant will push the world to take vaccine equity more seriously. Christine Birak, CBC News, Toronto.
Now, those who are still unvaccinated here in Canada found their world got a little bit smaller today. Anyone over the age of 12 now has to show proof of vaccination before boarding a plane or a train. Alison Northcott now on how it's playing out for travelers.
Cora McCloy is about to hop on a train to Toronto from Montreal and says knowing those on board with her are also vaccinated makes traveling a lot more appealing.
It's made me feel like I can travel, and I don't do a lot of travel. It's just that one small trip was great to get away.
That's sticker.
At the train station in Montreal, Via Rail agents handed out these orange stickers to travelers who proved they're vaccinated.
If you want to go train, you show the security guard, yes, I take the vaccine.
As he prepared to board a plane to Saskatoon, Dave Stockman knew he'd need to show vaccine proof.
It was hard for me because I don't know how to do it on the phone. I'm not tech savvy like some of these kids.
William Moore was on his way to BC for work, but says he couldn't get on his flight because his second shot was less than 14 days ago.
It's pretty pissed off right now. I can't travel. They just changed it yesterday. I'm going to work. I'm not going for some tourist activities. I mean, come on.
The rules have officially been in place since the end of last month, but now the grace period is over and travelers and airlines need to adjust.
That's a practice that's not part of their normal way of doing business. And they have to get trained, and they have to get to understand what they have to look for, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. And that whole process is going to add time.
I showed up early, but as far as taking longer, to be honest with you, it's been a while since I've flown, so I don't really know, if it's any longer. Or...
By and large, vaccination is the best way.
This expert says vaccines for travel are an extra precaution in the face of uncertainty around the Omicron variant and a potential vaccine incentive, too.
I think that is a big motivator. I mean, there's a lot of people who haven't seen their relatives in a couple of years, so they're kind of hoping that this might be that year.
But for those still without the shots, travel options are now much more limited. Alison Northcott, CBC News, Montreal.
BC's battle with relentless rain is on again tonight. A third storm in just a week is hitting the province right now, dumping more water where they simply cannot take it. It's a pretty big storm. It's already been raining for a day. It will continue for hours to come. But when this storm is done, something very much needed awaits, and that's a break. Renee Filipponi is in Abbotsford tonight. So, Renee, once again, everyone there bracing, I suppose, for what could come.
Yeah, absolutely, Adrian. And a big problem today has been localized flooding. That has happened here and in spots right across the Fraser Valley. The road is closed behind me. The entire parking lot for the Castle Fun Park is totally flooded out. And that's because rain has been pooling in these lower lying areas. And it's led the city to issue a small number of new evacuation orders. You know, all this after tireless work to prepare for this storm. Officials and residents are really holding their breath, hoping it doesn't get worse.
As the third atmospheric river poured over Abbotsford, the volunteers did not stop, preparing sandbags to be delivered to anyone in need.
Farms, homes, people who just want to cover their doorstep, barns, animals.
Desperate to protect their homes from more flooding, residents came to pick up supplies.
We're fortunate. We had 1 inch. We have friends who had 3 feet. Other friends had 7 feet and lost their homes.
The city says there is localized flooding and small landslides, but repairs to the dikes have held up.
I am confident that we have done all that we can do to keep our community safe as we go through this final weather event for this week anyway.
Snowmelt is adding to the problem, flowing into already full rivers, and many areas are at an increased risk of avalanches. The rain was also intense on Vancouver Island and BC's central coast. The province is warning people to stay home and off major highways.
Safety remains our key consideration, and if required, we will preemptively close more highways.
That person's house would have been probably somewhere about there.
Further up the Fraser Valley, near Hope, the rushing water continues to cause destruction. The regional district says it has been asking the province for help and is not getting what it needs.
Currently, we have funding requests for critical infrastructure, such as the Wilson Road Dike, where there are homes on the verge of falling into the river and they need help today.
In response, the province says local governments can take immediate action without provincial approval.
We're doing everything we can to make sure people and communities have the resources and supports that they need.
Heading towards our barns as well.
Meanwhile, on the ground, some can only watch as the water moves in.
We're only into the first 10 hours of this next situation we were before.
And so, Renee, what is the plan for tonight as the storm continues?
Well, throughout the night, crews will be checking on those dikes, making sure there isn't a breach and that all the work they've done over the past couple of days holds through this storm. There is some good news out of Washington State. Officials there say they do not believe the Nooksack River will overflow its banks anytime today or the next couple of days. That would have brought a lot more water north here into Canada. Adrian?
All right, Renee, thanks very much. Renee Filipponi in Abbotsford tonight.
Now, senior meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff is keeping a close eye on this storm. So, Joe, which areas are getting hit the hardest?
Well, Andrew, this storm is coming in from a very different direction than our last two. So the rainfall pattern is all over the place. In fact, where I'm standing in North Vancouver, one of the bullseyes that we're watching as we head into the overnight, take a look at the forecast rainfall. This is on top of what we've already seen, and we've already seen 50 to 100 millimeters for places like Tofino on the west coast of Vancouver Island. Farther up the coast from where I am, places like Bella Coola, Squamish and Whistler, and then the northern sections of Metro Vancouver, again, where I'm standing. The lower Fraser Valley and Abbotsford still looking to get totals around 80 to 90 millimeters, not the 200 that we'll see elsewhere, but all that mountain precip will work its way through the watersheds. And Andrew, the other factor, the incredibly high freezing levels. We are seeing snow melting on the tops of our mountains tonight.
And Joe, do we have an idea how long it'll take for all that water to work its way through the watersheds, as you point out, and finally give everyone a break?
There is a delay, so the rain event will end tomorrow afternoon, but we may have to wait until tomorrow afternoon into Thursday for many of our rivers to actually peak, especially with all that runoff. But after that, a legitimate break for the South Coast, a full 48 hours. After that, just showers, not atmospheric rivers. But Andrew, as we round out the end of the month, many stations, including Abbotsford, Vancouver, Tofino, will have seen their wettest month ever on record, with more than double November average.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
5 Quebec City police officers have been suspended with pay in connection with the violent arrest of 2 young black people over the weekend. So video shows officers dragging a young black woman by her hair, as well as punching and kicking snow in the face of a young black man. Both the police department and the province's police ethics commissioner are investigating the incident, but calls are growing for an independent inquiry.
Well, to the Yukon now, where officials are dealing with a worsening health crisis. The territory now has the highest per capita rate of deaths due to opioids in Canada. Juanita Taylor looks at what's fueling the problem.
This place has many memories for Gary Bailey. It's where he and his daughter Stassity loved to ski.
And I prayed every day for my girl, and really sad to lose her, but at the same time, it was so hard to see her suffer day to day.
In October, the 27-year-old died of an opioid overdose.
She really wanted to get better, but could just never seem to really get to that point.
We're in a deep crisis.
Since 2016, 54 people in the Yukon have lost their lives due to opioids, more than a third of those deaths just this year. All of them are related to fentanyl, a drug 50 times more powerful than heroin.
We have to now stand up and have the courage to face this head on, to try to make a difference together. This is not sustainable.
The pandemic has made the opioid crisis in the Yukon even worse, with the drug supply becoming more toxic and more people suffering in isolation.
It's no longer a crisis. It's a full-blown emergency.
Chief Doris Bill says her Kwanlin Dun First Nation provides naloxone kits to the public. They've also distributed educational material and put money into treatment centers. But she says it's not enough and wants the federal government to step in.
First Nation people are being disproportionately affected here. I think this situation needs as much urgency as the COVID situation does.
The Yukon government recently opened a supervised consumption site in Whitehorse. Gary Bailey wants to see more supports like that. Until then, he has a message for others struggling with addiction.
You're cared for and loved, really not to give up hope.
And he hopes more help will be on the way soon. Juanita Taylor, CBC News, Yellowknife.
In the United States, at least 3 students are dead after a shooting at a Michigan high school.
Fired multiple shots, somewhere in the area of 15 to 20.
Police say at least 8 others were injured in the shooting. The 15-year-old suspect was arrested at the school. Police recovered a semi-automatic handgun along with ammunition. There's no word yet on the motive. And CNN has suspended star anchor Chris Cuomo indefinitely over his role in helping his brother Andrew deal with multiple sexual misconduct allegations during his time as governor of New York. CNN says new documents released on Monday show Chris Cuomo was more involved than originally thought.
A blockbuster trial in the U.S. could be at a turning point. Elizabeth Holmes is facing charges of fraud over her now debunked blood testing company, Theranos. And as Chris Reyes explains, her testimony this week is another dramatic twist in the story.
Another day on the stand for Elizabeth Holmes. After years of silence, we're finally hearing from the fallen founder of Theranos. By all appearances, a very different person than the cool and collected CEO that once graced magazines and headlined glitzy tech conferences.
I'm the founder and CEO of this company. Anything that happens in this company is my responsibility at the end of the day.
There's a human being on the stand in a lot more ways than there was ever on stage. She doesn't have the gravitas of her technology anymore.
Holmes is facing charges of wire fraud and conspiracy in connection to her company's claims that it could run hundreds of blood tests with a prick of a finger. At its peak, Theranos was valued at $9 billion, but the technology didn't work.
The defense is clearly trying to show at every step that Elizabeth Holmes either didn't know about these problems, or if she knew, she took whatever steps she could or delegated it to another person to take the steps.
In an emotional week of testimony, Holmes accused her co-founder and ex-boyfriend, Sunny Balwani, of rape and abuse. Balwani has denied the allegations. He's awaiting his own trial, also for fraud-related charges in connection to his role at Theranos. In cross-examination, prosecutors zeroed in on efforts to suppress whistleblowers and questioned Holmes on how she and Balwani responded to the media report that eventually led to Theranos' downfall. Holmes denied that she tried to control the media, but admitted that her company's response was a disaster.
I think that the verdict will, either way it comes out, is going to give those in the tech industry a little bit of pause about how aggressive they're going to be in their claims about their products.
One woman on trial, a whole industry awaiting the consequences. Chris Reyes, CBC News, New York.
Tonight, a story of survival from a Canadian woman held hostage in the Sahara Desert for more than a year.
We had this eye contact and like, oh, we might die. Like, this may be the end.
Coming up, the moment she took the biggest chance of her life.
Tiger Woods speaks out about his recovery after his car crash.
There were some tough times in there. There were some really, really tough times.
What he says about a return to the green.
And Barbados celebrates its first day as a republic by celebrating one of its biggest stars.
Rihanna, what do you want the world to know about Barbados?
We the best. And if they haven't been here, they're missing out.
That story in just 2 minutes.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Who could have known that the right food could help your new friend live their best life? Or give your old friend new energy? Or that the smallest changes could make the biggest impact? You did, and so did we. That's why Hills always starts with a pet's biology, to anticipate their ever-changing nutritional needs, for differences you can see, feel, and trust. So you're always a step ahead.
This is my first time in New York City.
What were you doing under there with my sister?
Run away with me.
You keep away from him.
I'm gonna think for myself. Now you sound like a real American.
Only in theaters.
Our friend David here just bought davidspoutine.ca, and we're about to catch him a customer. And now we wait. Wouldn't have left his nest for a .com.
If you're only using facial moisturizer in the morning, did you know the best time for skin renewal is at night? Olay Retinol 24 renews millions of surface skin cells while you sleep. Wake up to smoother, younger-looking skin with Olay Retinol 24.
Maureen is saving big holiday shopping at Amazon, so now she's free to become Maureen the Merrier. Food is her love language, and she really loves her grandson. Like, really loves.
Those are some of the massive ships left stranded near Istanbul after a powerful storm battered parts of Turkey, killing at least 4 people. Social media video captured the peak of the chaos Monday. An entire clock tower toppled, trucks overturned, and pedestrians forced to dodge flying debris on the streets.
Well, the world's newest republic is celebrating its independence. Since cutting ties with the British monarchy yesterday, Barbados is focusing on the future and its international image with a little help from some major star power. Thomas Daigle is in Bridgetown.
Among the first orders of business for the new Republic of Barbados, bestowing the title of national hero on a certain global superstar.
Robin Rihanna Fenty.
For the first time, it's the president, not the Queen's representative, doing the honors, granting the award to Rihanna, pop sensation, entrepreneur, and proud Barbadian.
Rihanna, what do you want the world to know about Barbados?
We the best. They haven't been here, they're missing out. They lived a day till they got here.
Call it a surge in national pride. part of a strategy to shed the nickname of Little England.
This little country of ours, just 166 square miles, and so much things happening to us. I am so proud of it right now.
So I think it will work out for the better for us.
Now that Barbados has ditched the monarchy, the Queen remains head of state in 15 countries, most of them here in the Caribbean. The question now is whether any of them will follow the example set by Barbados.
The country's military is getting new colors for the new republic, while the royal police are dropping that title.
In fact, the concept of white supremacy domination over diverse ethnic groups was championed by the British royal family.
Prince Charles saw for himself the presidential flag raised to replace the royal standard, and he acknowledged Britain's troubled history in the region.
From the darkest days of our past and the appalling atrocity of slavery, which forever stains our history.
The heir to the throne giving his blessing to this breakup, not that Barbadians needed it, but
it says to the others that you can do it too. So I would think that Canada would have a similar ambition.
Barbados may be the world's newest republic, though many here wonder who will be next. Thomas Dagg, CBC News, Bridgetown, Barbados.
When we come back, a Canadian's daring escape after being held hostage in the desert for more than a year.
So you and Luca cook up this plan. We have nothing to lose. I think that's what happened.
From the abduction to the moment she decided to run. Her survival story, next.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Say bonjour to another world of winter in Quebec, where festive spirits last day and night. A place with joie de vivre like nowhere else. So wherever bonjour takes you, go.
Hi, my name is Dundun, and what I am a sang. I want to pave the way for a more inclusive and acceptable world.
My name is Tyrone McCorster-Chokin. I'm going to be opening up my first barbershop out in Selkirk, Manitoba. It's not work, it's art. I look at it as an art form. It's something that I look forward to doing. It's something that I can get up and be like, I'm going to go have fun.
New startling revelations in the story that rocked the country.
Your school was sold multiple times to multiple donors.
Damning details.
What are you afraid of?
Shocking disclosures.
I've been deceived.
Bakers, you have 5 minutes left. Go, 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 go.
This is insane.
Here it is. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
Get your pod. Yeah, exactly. I felt trapped in time.
Trapped, terrified. She's a talented artist, writer, passionate traveler who needed her wits, driving across Burkina Faso in a tiny blue car with her Italian friend, Luca Tacchetto.
Did your family ever give you the gears about taking this trip? Well, they were scared, but it wasn't the first time they were scared. Yeah. My guardian angel was tired, I think. Possible. And they've been there for so many years. It hits you. You try to still hold on hope because, I mean, you can't. You have to. Yeah, you have to just keep your head out of the water. How did you make the time go by together? What did you do? They had one needle, so we would find threads from clothes or from the tent, or so we could talk. And at one point, there was the oldest one. She had a pen, and that's when I realized that it was like, oh my God, if ever I could like just borrow it, I could write poems and just leave this place for like an hour, 2 hours, just go. And so I asked her, like, can I borrow your pen? And she, of course, please. And we found little cardboards from the tea and stuff like that, so I would write poems each day.
With the needed a little hope and peace on it. With that pen, the words flew. At first etched on the scraps of boxes, now marked in print, noting the chapters of her book, The Weight of Sand.
A hand dips into the light. A woman quenches her thirst. For life, a whole river's might flows through the brittle desert. Yeah, I wrote that one on March 19th, 2019. It was the 92nd day of captivity.
The date she knows because the women would recite it together every day for nearly 5 months, all scared, hungry, getting weaker.
Did you ever get an indication that someone was looking for you? They separated me from the women. Then I was alone for 6 months, and somebody that came by motorcycle, and he gave me this red envelope.
Seizing any opportunity, the biggest when she was finally reunited with Luca after nearly a year apart.
So you and Luca cook up this plan. Well, I didn't think we have nothing to lose. I think that's what happened. We had to plan little things because when we went to sleep, we had to give them our shoes. So we couldn't escape very far without anything to protect our feet. So I sewed some shoes with my carpet and some cardboard. And we kept the water from our showers to be able to have some water to escape. It took a month. I did a little pouch that I put my poems in, and that's it. You must have left some behind, though. Yeah, I left with 52, and I probably rode like 150. We walked the whole night, 20 kilometers or something, and we found this big road. So we're like, oh, maybe there is trucks going through there.
Finally, one slowed down. Luca ran for it. Edith followed.
So I asked Luca when I arrived, like, can we go up? I think so. He wasn't sure even. So we put our bag, looked like, he looks fine. So we got in, we closed the door, and he left with us. Yeah, that was crazy.
They didn't speak the trucker's language, but he recognized fear. By day's end, they were at a UN office, then moved by helicopter to Bamako. Suddenly, a meeting with the president, Canadian representatives, all of it astonishing. And the date, March 14th, 2020. The world in a pandemic Edith and Luca knew nothing about.
But everything is weird at that moment. I mean, you've been isolated for 15 months and everything was weird. There was so much media also. But I was really happy just to be free, and I was quarantined with my mother. She was really happy.
It was a whirlwind of a day after an eternity of low rumbling fear and isolation. It's taken a while to speak the words out loud. She's learned 2 of the women she was with were freed. The 3rd died in the desert. Luca is home in Italy. They haven't seen each other since.
Do you ever dream about any of this now? When I was writing the book, the whole time I was writing, I was doing nightmares at night. And once I finished the book, it all stopped. It's very rare now that I dream that I'm captive. It's very rare. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I let go, I think.
And those men who stole her freedom? She's met with counterterrorism officials, looked at photos, but has gone no further.
I let go of everything. I try to let go of things that won't change. Like negative things that are not going to change. If I keep it, I just let them go.
Wow. What an ordeal.
Yeah, incredible.
And, you know, just listening to her, I'm struck by how okay she seems.
Oh, I think she is too. I mean, Edith's very aware that traumas affect people differently and at different times. She's taking care of her health, she's creating, she's writing, she is still traveling, although she says a little closer to home, which is good.
Okay, time for a quick break. Next, we're going to take you inside the work already being done to prepare for the next pandemic, and later.
Legends are made every day, and you could be one of the greats.
A junior hockey team gets a locker room pep talk to remember. We will be right back.
This year, we learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. KLM, we can never replace together.
Get your thrill on. New players get a $300 sign-up bonus to play casino games. Get the all-new OLG app today. Sign up at olg.ca now.
What's up, Canada?
Showing off their moves.
Oh, okay, you want to dance off? Let's dance off right now.
Going head to head.
Ow. We're going all the way!
Giving it their best shot.
What are you doing?
At $10,000.
What? Let's play the feud. Everybody's fired up.
Family Feud.
Welcome back. If I say March 2020 to you, likely you think, that's when the chaos of the pandemic started. But there is a Canadian for whom March 2020 represents the greatest time of her life. She's Edith Blais of Sherbrooke, Quebec. 3 years ago this month, she was embarking on a huge trip, driving across parts of Africa. It became a nightmare. She was kidnapped. Incredibly, though, she got out and is now finally telling the world how she did it. Let's start with the ending. It's a good one. After being held hostage in the Sahara for 450 days, Canadian Edith Blais is okay. Not because someone saved her, but because she made a run for it.
When I was alone for so many months, I was like, oh my God, I couldn't see no light at all. And so anything is possible.
And this is you, the sands of time?
Yeah, exactly. I felt trapped in time.
Trapped, terrified. She's a talented artist, writer, passionate traveler who needed her wits, driving across Burkina Faso in a tiny blue car with her Italian friend, Luca Tacchetto.
Did your family ever give you the gears about taking this trip? Well, they were scared, but it wasn't the first time they were scared. Yeah. My guardian angel was tired, I think.
Her guardian angel Shirley dozed off in December of 2018 as they drove along a potholed, empty road.
Close to the border, when the sun was starting to get down, there was this 6 men, fully wrapped with their AKs blocking the street. And at that point, you just realize, like, oh my God. I remember just looking at Luca. We had this eye contact and like, oh, we might die. Like, this may be the end.
An ambush. Edith and Luca driven into the desert on motorcycles for 20 days at gunpoint. So much blowing sand, she had to take out her contact lenses. Her captors wouldn't let her take her glasses.
So that's a big decision when you take out your contact. Yeah, you feel so vulnerable when you don't see.
They were in the hands of Islamic militants, career kidnappers. From that December until now, there have been more than 600 recorded kidnappings there. Canadian Kirk Woodman would be found dead not far away just a few weeks later. Edith and Luca only understood what was right in front of them.
When we got to the desert, then we realized, okay, this is really big. At the beginning, I was with Luca, and there was a lot of drones, so they were hiding us, actually. They were making little huts out of branches and dry herbs. And it was really, really small, so we were just laying down day and night, one beside the other, and we couldn't even sit up.
3 months like that, then they were separated. Edith drawing maps in her head, holding onto images and timelines, especially of the moment she's told she's going home. It's a trick. She's moved to a rough desert camp and finds 3 women.
I told them, well, they're supposed to bring me to Canada, and I was a little bit mixed up. And I heard the car that brought me there leave. And the women were like, I don't think you're gonna leave very soon.
One by one, they told her they'd been held for 2 to 3 years.
I was going, like, I can't do another month, it's impossible. And they've been there for so many years. It hits you. You try to still hold on hope because, I mean, you can't. You have to. Yeah, you have to, just to keep your head out of the water.
How did you make the time go by together? What did you do?
They had one needle, so we would find threads from clothes or from the tent, or so we could talk. And at one point, there was the oldest one. She had a pen, and that's when I realized that it was like, oh my God, if ever I could like just borrow it, I could write poems and just leave this place for like an hour, 2 hours, just go. And so I asked her, like, can I borrow your pen? And she, of course, please. And we found little cardboards from the tea and stuff like that, so I would write poems each day.
With the needle and those bits of thread, she made this bag, crafted a little hope and peace on it. With that pen, the words flew. At first etched on the scraps of boxes, now marked in print, noting the chapters of her book, The Weight of Sand.
A hand dips into the light. A woman quenches her thirst. For life, a whole river's might flows through the brittle desert. Yeah, I wrote that one on March 19th, 2019. It was the 92nd day of captivity.
The date she knows because the women would recite it together every day for nearly 5 months, all scared, hungry, getting weaker.
Did you ever get an indication that someone was looking for you?
They separated me from the women. Then I was alone for 6 months, and somebody that came by motorcycle, and he gave me this red envelope written Edith on top. And that was kind of a shock. There's 3 pictures and 2 letters inside for me. And the third picture was me and my father. We were arm wrestling.
What did the presence of that picture change for you and for your captors?
So I would show them, and they would always point at my father and say, "Baba, Baba." That was really strange. It's like if, I don't know, I felt as they saw I was a human and I had a father, like they were all fathers.
Surviving meant seizing any opportunity, the biggest when she was finally reunited with Luca after nearly a year apart.
So you and Luca cook up this plan.
Well, I didn't think we have nothing to lose. I think that's what happened. We had to plan little things because when we went to sleep, we had to give them our shoes. So we couldn't escape very far without anything to protect our feet. So I sewed some shoes with my carpet and some cardboard. And we kept the water from our showers to be able to have some water to escape. It took a month to do all that. And,
a month? Mm-hmm. And so how did you pick the day?
So we were hoping like maybe 3 days after the full moon, we would have enough light to be able to escape and see. And life really helped us there because after the 3 days after the full moon, there was this big wind of sand in the night.
So what did that mean? What difference did that mean for you?
And because of the wind in the air, so they couldn't see us. And we had to go through these parts of sand, and usually they could find your footsteps, but the wind just erased everything.
So they bolted in the homemade shoes, that handmade bag stuffed with as many cardboard scraps of poetry as she could manage. All the worry, the furies, the dreams escaping with her.
I did a little pouch that I put my poems in, and that's it.
You must have left some behind, though.
Yeah, I left with 52, and I probably wrote like 150. We walked the whole night, 20 kilometers or something, and we found this big road. So we're like, oh, maybe there is trucks going through there.
Finally, one slowed down. Luca ran for it. Edith followed.
So I asked Luca when I arrived, like, can we go up? I think so. He wasn't sure even. So we put our bag, looked like, he looks fine. So we got in, we closed